Hello! Oh, god damn it. I did not turn that off. Okay, everything's working. But yesterday we're looking at the Arknights Limbus collab. The long-awaited collab. I'm kind of looking forward to the gacha. Hopefully it doesn't treat me very badly. But history has shown that usually it doesn't go too well. Wait, I forgot to turn on the audio. Let me do that real quick. Huh. Now the question is, do I do this before or after? I'll probably go and touch on a few stages. When I see there's currency to be earned on the stage, I will go gacha. So as to be efficient. I don't think I'll get all of them. Wait. There's a normal and a hard? Clearing hard stages will automatically clear corresponding normal difficulty stages as well. Okay, so you technically only need to do hard. That is good to know. Oh! You get currency straight off the bat. I see. So it is actually beneficial to just go and just pull straight up, huh? Okay, what do we have? There's a Gregor one? Faust and Honglu? I believe there's an Ishmael one that is obtained via event currency. I see there's no announcer, okay. So there's 4 egos. 3 of them gacha. I have confidence in at least getting 2 though, right? Surely we get 2 out of 3. 2? At least 2 out of 3. Because like the thing is, I don't think they come back, right? So it's actually kind of important we get them. I don't think the assured extraction counts towards this, does it? Identities. What is the egos called? Unbrilliant Glory, Command Meltdown. Okay. I'm kind of curious as to whether or not it's in this specific banner. Wait. Okay, they're not separated. Unbrilliant. I don't see it. Okay, I'm gonna hazard a guess that the collab stuff isn't here. Gregor. First mate. Yeah, it isn't here. Okay. Oh, good. Disconnected, reconnected. No! Jesus Christ, not like this. Reconnection successful? Is it smooth now? This is scaring me a little bit. Okay. I think we're back? Yep. Okay, it's time to do the 200 polls. I think we got 300 polls-ish? So we should be able to get everything within 300. Irumba! Alright! I don't know, you reminded me I should probably pin something to the effect of my anniversary affiliate to stream next Monday. Irumba, how are you doing? I can't. How is the Irumba doing? I feel. I was about to say happy affiliate. Since I'm gonna be hell busy whole next week. No, it's over! I don't get to see Irumba next week. It's over. It is over. Let me actually just pin that on both sides, actually. Okay. How busy though? How are you just swamped? How many lines do you have to do? I'll burn the school. Don't worry. Oh god, that is definitely sounds like a lot that you're gonna go through there, huh? Well. Irumba, let me borrow your gacha luck. I'm gonna need it. I need to pull all 3 things from the banner within preferably 200 rolls. And I have seen nothing. Or 40 and seen nothing. 7 AM to PM classes? Damn. I have no luck. It's okay, I'll scrape the bottom of the Iruma luck barrel to get some, you know? Surely there's something there. Right? Oh, actually nothing. Not getting a single thing. Yeah, my love for Valor. I don't know what does luck have anything to do with luck? Luck have anything to do with love for Valor? Ooh, an SSR. A Sinclair. This is not what we're after, but I'll take what I can get. Deviant Sinclair. You have headshots. What's a man? Okay. Yes, we got the handsome man, quote unquote. Move, let me have it. That's crazy, Iruma. I see. You're gonna kidnap Sinclair, huh? Man, we are moving through these rolls and getting nothing. Pretty sure I've had better rates during Walpurgis Night than this. Oh! No, it's a dupe! It's a dupe! Ah! It's a dupe! I'm getting cooked! Cooked, I say. No surprises. Okay, how many pulls in are we? 120. This is not looking good. Oh, SSR? 1. Yeah, 120 pulls in. I got 3 SSRs, 2 dupes, 1 new one. None of the ones I want. None of the featured things I want, unfortunately. So very cooked, very cooked. Like about a little bit past well done at the moment. Oh, finally, another SSR. Oh, another dupe. Okay. 50 more pulls. Okay. How many? Where is collab egos? Where? I'm just, oh my god. Iruma, where are they? Open up the chest, where are they? I know you have them in there. No, it's actually nothing. It's empty. It's empty. Busy grinding in Genshin. Is the new stuff good there? How's that going though? I forgot how slow the game was. Is that in comparison to Wuthering Waves? Oh, an SSR. 3-star? No, another dupe. Teddy, save me from bad gotcha. Ah, I'm getting cooked. 6 unbreakable coins. Give me the 3 unbreakable egos. Gimme. Lei Hung, we need. Not dupes, we need the new stuff. No, suffer the gotcha. It's over. Teddy's not giving me his RNG. Gimme. Lei Hung. Yes, he got hung. Oh my god. 230 in, we got nothing. It's not looking good. It's not looking good at all. I probably got like 100 rolls left. I kind of don't want to use the paid lunacy, but it's getting bad. You can't keep getting away with mispronouncing my name like this. Is it supposed to be Chinese in origin? Or is it supposed to be Korean in origin? Love watching people suffer. No! I don't want to suffer anymore. Oh! Oh, surely this is the collab. This is a sign of the collab. Oh, there it is. 1, 2. Okay, I'll take any I can get, honestly. Ooh. Oh shit. That looks sick. I didn't know Gregor could look this handsome. Handsome man indeed. W. The moment I joined, got one. Surely we get more, even more. Move on. Nah, this one mine, Now we just need one more non-dupe, and I can just spark the other one. Please, 1 and 3, please. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. All me. Oh my god. What is the pronunciation of it supposed to be then? Like your name. The name. Okay, I love her. You love everyone, Iruma. You can't keep getting away with this. Lay. Huh? I don't know. What? I think I'm mixing in Chinese pronunciation with this, because HE is basically is pronounced like that. Hang. Yeah, I look at that and my brain says pinging, and then it just comes out that way. Yeah, I think it's gonna stick. I'm not gonna lie. It's too late. Okay, we got the whole family of the collab goes together. Oh yes. W. Get all 3. What does VRO stand for? Oh my lord. Okay, we got all 3. We can now equip them in our company friends. Put this in... Faust, was it? Yes. No! You can't do this, it's Fluid Sack, no! Wait, Honglu, Faust, Gregor, right. Slap it on Gregor. Okay. It heals too, no shot. No shot. No shot it heals. It heals? Where is this? Main target. If main target has burn or rupture, final power +1, deal 1% more damage for every rupture. Hardened shell, defense level up. Immediately before getting hit by enemy, consume half of the stacks and gain protection equal to stack consumed once per turn, rounded up. Heal 10 SP for 2 allies. If this unit... Heal self and 1 ally with least HP. Oh, by 15% of this unit's max HP. If this unit is at max HP, heal 2 other allies instead. Heal 10 SP for 2 allies, including this unit. What if I... What are we looking at? It's basically Fluid Sack Electric Boogaloo. Have to go do an introduction to the mission for the server. Have fun, don't lose too hard. We'll try. 20%, okay. Is it gonna get Fluid Sack levels of love when we get... whatchamacallit? We don't have the threads. It's over. You know what? We can just do a sneaky 6, right? Okay. Faust. Up in here. What do we get? 25% main target max. 10 harden. You get 50% damage negation? That's crazy. 30%. At max HP, heal 2 other. Okay. So 30% for 2 people and 15 SP for 2 people. Versus 15 SP for everybody and 15%. Okay. It is... Yeah, it's not beat... It's basically budget Fluid Sack, I suppose, but I like this approach in the sense that collaboration stuff that is time limited is not more powerful than the base game stuff. I am 100% on board with that. I don't like it when the games make it the other way around, but maybe that's personal preference. Okay, now we get to see what the event's all about. Excuse me. I hope there's not too much text in this event. But welcome in on the Discord. Lay. God damn it, I'm just gonna call you Lay. I can't pronounce the second part according to you, so I'm just compromising here. I'll give you the first part for free! Free of charge! What? Okay. Huh. Wait, so I need to edit this team to get the bonuses out. Okay. Gregor, edit. I'm gonna need to define VRO. What the hell does that mean? What? Violent restraining order? Bro, oh. Nani? Got new Sinclair ID. What else? Right, need to equip it on everybody. Faust, Gregor, Honglu. There we go. Now we got 120% boost. There we go. I just need to cash in and get Ishmael, then we can move. This can be kind of weird playing without Fluid Sack. Let's see, if we got these 4 IDs, what kind of team do we want to make here?
제 차례인가요?
Ego. Is this also Rupture? Offensive level, poise. This art's really nice. You'll get your grubby hands on Fluid Sack next stage. Well, the whole event means event currency, so Fluid Sack is gonna be put away in the drawer for the just for this event, I suppose. Can I? Oh, I can still bring a certain team to this. Let's do something like this. Okay. I was exploring a lobotomy corporation branch when my consciousness sinks into the depths. The sense of cognition, itself a concept without form, floats into the shadow of an ever-widening river, swept up in its currents to nowhere. When we ran into an abnormality, but Sao told us that Hongyan's Lobotomy Corp branch should be free of any abnormalities. The abnormality, which appeared out of nowhere, was more otherworldly than any we'd encountered so far in our journey, and deep blue. It was fathomlessly blue, and seemed to have a pull that endlessly drew us into itself. Portal Danteh into a world of into a world! Oh my god, trust. Just as I was about to recall this abnormality, a myriad of sceneries and a flood of incalculable thoughts crashed into my mind like wild waves before ebbing away from its shores. I was already lost and adrift somewhere within my own consciousness when I realized this. Just how long am I going to be adrift? The sensation of my own consciousness floating away is quite the unfamiliar one. I floated about in that strange state for a while. An unfamiliar voice seizes my aimlessly drifting consciousness. Are you Danteh? The fog of my vision clears as the voice breaks through the waves, and a concerned expression comes into view. Yes, I am. It's been so long. Ah, what a relief. Gregor, I think Danteh has come too. It's been so long since I've seen Amiya. It's been like 3 or 4 years. Jesus. So who are... I was about to ask further questions to the stranger with particularly long animal-like ears, but... I felt the drowsiness coursing back with the terrifying memories of the dream, rendering me unable to speak. I have yet to get a hold of myself. After an indeterminate amount of time has passed, I thought that said long anime ears. Yeah, both work, I suppose. I barely managed to wake myself from the slumber, to get a grasp of my surroundings, only to find myself surrounded by more unfamiliarities. Do you think this fire is hot on Danteh's head? That wasn't answered after the last canto. Even though Yi-sang and Dawn both wanted to know the answer. No, was it? No. It was Sinclair and Yi-sang. There was a stranger from earlier sitting atop a rock, silently taking in the sights. A young girl who probably saved my life. Wait, so were those animal ears after all? Okay, that's not important right now. I have to prioritize figuring out just where in the world I ended up in. So, where? We're standing by the... Is that supposed to be... That's an... Is that... That's an I, right? No, that's an L. Liberian coastline. How are you feeling? A little out of it, but I'm okay otherwise. Liberia, huh? Can't imagine a Lay being... Lay... King fan being happy? Yes, we're in Liberia. Where the heck is that even in Arknights? I don't even know. Well, given that we're next to an ocean, maybe I drifted all the way to U-Corp's Great Lake? Liberia was an unfamiliar name, but that was all I had to go on, given that the city was still full of more unknowns than knowns to me. I radioed your colleagues when you briefly woke up earlier. They'll be here any minute. I see. How's Danteh not dead yet? Clanker. Wait, that also begs the question. If Danteh showers, does the fire go out on top of his head? Does he use shampoo? Does he need to use shampoo? I mean, it's a clock, I suppose, like you'd use like metal polisher? I don't even know. But you'd probably use body soap for the rest of the body, right? Oh. Wait, my colleagues? You must have run into the sinners then. The fog of my mind immediately cleared as soon as I realized that the sinners were all nowhere to be seen. Sinners? I think so. I ran into them earlier. They were looking all over the place for someone with a clock for their head. Wait, how does Amiya understand us? Because doesn't only the sinners understand us? It was pretty unique. It was a pretty unique description, so I could tell right away that you were the person they were looking for. So this clock head does come in handy. Manager Bud. Danteh. I'd woken up to an unfamiliar place, to an unfamiliar face, and in the midst of all of this all-around sense of displacement, the faces that appeared before me were certainly a sight for sore eyes. Gregor Honglu! Miss Rabbit here told me she found you unconscious by the ocean, and phew, I came as fast as I could, and oh boy, I was worried that something bad might have happened. Glad to see her doing fine. What eyes? What eyes? What if these two? No shot these two are Dante's eyes, right? That would give kind of a weird vision. One being slightly higher. I wonder if the brain can autocorrect like that. Did you know the eyeball is part of the brain? I don't know. Well, I do think I'm fine, though. I guess not having any way to drink water is finally coming in handy! Nani? Wait! So Danteh doesn't drink or eat? Oh my god, that's such a waste. Well, I suppose that's helpful in situations where... Wait! Where does the energy come from to sustain him? Huh? You should go get that checked out just in case. Wait, your head's waterproof, right? Gregor takes a moment to steady his breathing, then mutters a casual quip as he lights a cigarette. Well, he doesn't seem that concerned. Maybe we're not actually in that much danger. So, what happened? Where are we? Do you remember entering that lobotomy corp branch Shishun told us about? Yeah? Yeah, we ran into a new abnormality and got sucked into it before we even had the chance to do anything. Phew. Man, I really thought that was it for us, especially with you getting sucked in there too, Manager Bud. But when we came to, despite waking up with our faces down in some ditch, we were all fine without a scratch, though there was quite the mess when we realized that you'd gone missing. Can Faust contact other Fausts while in here? We were to search for you immediately, but it took a while before we got a better bearing of where we were. So we're not at U-Corp's Great Lake? Some of us considered that to be a distinct possibility, but it's unlikely. Ishmael was really certain that we were not in District 21. She did concede that we might be an unknown area within the Great Lake of the outskirts, but that doesn't seem likely either, given what the rabbit-eared lady there said. The outskirts region of the Great Lake, I've met all kinds of people from all over Terra, but I've never met anyone who referred to Liberian Sea that way. Hello, THG. Wait a minute. Terra? Liberia? As I found myself puzzled by these unfamiliar terms, a very obvious question suddenly struck me. Speaking of which, who are you? Huh? Really? You fellas haven't introduced yourselves to each other yet? Usually the introduction comes first, right? I suppose, like, everybody, like Danteh being as disoriented as he was. No, bad, lay hang, bad. That's understandable. You did just wake up from a pretty harrowing experience. She is, actually, would you like to do the honors yourself? I'm Amiya, the leader of Rhodes Island. Please, just call me Amiya. I'm Danteh, manager at Limbus Company. I know I'm late, but thanks for saving my bacon. It seems that this rodeo island is a pretty big corporation, but... Gregor trails off ominously and scratches his head before continuing with some mild trepidation. This young lady with rabbit ears doesn't know what the head is at all. As far as I know, there aren't any organizations in Terra with the same characteristics as the one Mr. Gregor explained. At least not with a name like The Head. Also, sorry, it's Rhodes Island? Not Rodeo! Rodeo Island! Oh god. Sorry, Gregor's kind of bad with names. So, what are you saying? What you're saying is, we're not in the city anymore? It'd be weird for any higher up at these huge corporations to know less about the head than we do, let alone to be completely clueless about it. Well, maybe we've tumbled into a previously undiscovered zone of the outskirts or the ruins, probably. Or maybe we really found ourselves in a completely different world. Ah, yes, when the characters in-game state that for the first time. If their conjecture is correct, we're in way bigger trouble than I thought. This wasn't like the time we accidentally stranded ourselves in the outskirts via a door in the corridor. Amiya stared at me with some concerns as though she felt my distress. I think I can draw a connection to something else that's happening here. Really? Yes, recently anomalous signs and events have been occurring here in Liberia, ever since a mysterious dimensional door opened at sea. And it's been said that this dimensional door is connecting to some very, very distant... to something we've never observed before, so... Seems reasonable to theorize the dimensional door is how he managed to cross over to this world. I really would have appreciated Faust's input here. Where'd all the other sinners go anyway? Bit late on the uptake to be gawking around for the other sinners now, don't you think? They're at a settlement near here, where they're all helping out with various odds and ends of the village, while taking turns searching for Danteh, of course. You know, I never thought about how difficult it would be to search for someone when we're like fish out of water. Man, barely even got a wink of sleep since yesterday. Everyone's got to be really tired then. So, it's just you two out here for now? No, Ishmael and Nisang are the other half of the search party, and we just happen to be the last group in the rotation. They must be searching elsewhere to find you, Manager Bud. Since when did we get the nickname of Manager Bud? From Gregor. Was it one of the... I think it was this... Was it Hong Lu's Canto? Or is it Drink the Intervalo altogether? Yeah, we got lucky. The other team, well, we don't have any way to get in touch with them, so they'll probably continue their search until their shift is done. Oh, we're talking about the village you mentioned earlier. Are you talking about the village we mentioned earlier? Uh-huh, right. You've not been there yet, huh? I guess it's a bit off the beaten path. Well, we're going to have to rendezvous with other sinners anyway, so let's head to the village for now. How's the AK polls? Hello, Lulu, welcome back. How you doing? My AK polls, I think I spent like 250 polls? Around 250 polls? And then like I got like 2 in the span of like 40 polls or something. Use that third one for the 6-year nostalgia. Ah, I see, a former Arknights player as well, I see. I think I stopped playing after Year of the Dragon. After Nien? No, after Nien, I think. I got her and I was like, I kind of had enough of Arknights. And I've completely lost my account, I think. Because like, I think earlier this year I was like, I'll take a look, because like they implemented a lot of systems. I was like, oh, I'll take a look. Stopped playing after Wizardel? She killed everyone? Oh, Jesus, that doesn't sound happy. That doesn't sound happy days. I even maxed her out. Ah! Jesus. Playable unit that kills everyone? Ah! Something seemed to pique Amiya's interest as she fell into contemplative silence before carefully speaking up. She's too strong. Surely there's gonna be, like, how much power creep has there been actually in Arknights? Out of curiosity. She has invis, summons, deals arts, fizz damage in one skill. Has half map range, whole map explosion range. 12k per shot. That sounds like a lot of damage. She has 6 ammo. Jesus. Meanwhile, I think, what is it? Who was it with the flamethrower that, like, does arts damage down down like 5... A line in 5 tiles or something? She can't be hit permanently because invis. This is... Everything's fine. This is fine. Sounds balanced. And turret kills groups because of arts damage. Jesus. Meanwhile, I think I was still budgeting around with like Amiya and like using sheep. And then the flamethrower girl, if I'm not wrong. I don't think I have any of the latest stuff. How would I even go about recovering my account? I wouldn't know. I don't know who Ling is. I don't know. 3 high dragons. Oh god, that sounds like a lot. Sure, I don't see why not. You helped us find Manager Bud, and more importantly, you seem to know a lot more about this place than we do. She's the one in Hong Lu's ego? Oh! Her design looks really cool. I don't actually know Liberia all that well either, but I should be of some help. They've closed their borders and have practically locked out any foreign influences from affecting them, but I did get a briefing before the mission. Closed borders, huh? Then how did you get in, Miss Amiya? We followed Dr. Calcit's directions and illegally crossed the country border. Illegally! Oh, does that mean you crossed the border without obtaining any permission, Amiya? We had to cross the border somehow in order to investigate how and why the dimensional door came to be. Everything's fine, this is fine. summon 3 of those in solo stages, each having the same HP, attack, and defense as boss enemies. This is fine. That sounds like a lot of power creep. Huh? Is it normal for pharmaceutical companies to be doing that? Wait. I don't think Rhodes Island, we've been told, is a pharmaceutical company, right? Large pharmaceutical companies often dispatch their agents for missions. Yes, Rhodes Island is, in its essence, a pharmaceutical company researching treatments for people infected with oropathy. Oh, I haven't heard this word in so long. But we also work to prevent and assist management of various situations that can occur in high-risk areas. Honestly, that doesn't sound like anything we did in Arknights or occurred in Arknights' story, I'm not gonna lie. Arknights, the story felt more like a mercenary story, like mercenary company story than anything. I don't recall there being a lot of medicinal breakthrough research or something like that. Maybe they did have them later on, but just never seemed to happen. Drop in field for 10 DP, wait 30 seconds, deal AK damage and big AoE. Goes down, he tanks projectiles and deals true damage to those that attacks him or those he attacks. What the fuck? So, sounds like there's been infinite power creep. High risk areas, huh? Wait, what about your companions? I doubt you came all the way here on your own. That's, we are forced to split up due to certain forces that were in pursuit. Wait, stop. Amiya's ears twitched as she came to a stop and began scanning the surrounding area. Then, there. As we stood about confused, Amiya, noticing something, pointed toward the seashore hidden behind large and cragged rock formations. What are we supposed to... Huh? There we saw someone wielding a lengthy greatsword, bickering with 2 familiar faces. Again, move, you're in the way. What was her name? I forgot. I just remember she looked really cool. I mean, she looked really good. And then she had a skin that looked really good, but she as a unit wasn't very... Scotty, I think, was it? She wasn't a very good unit to my recollection. Not even with 6 operators, there are just 3 to 5 operators. Your 6 operators are anti-death with passive HP regen as passive and don't cool down. Everything is fine! I guess they're running out of like things to do with the game, so they have to kind of like introduce new kind of broken mechanics. We have had ample experience battling monsters who are much like them. Listen, I'm not worried. Come on, better have 3 fighters than 1, right? Besides, you're the first person we ran into out here, so we've got plenty of questions to ask. Caster that insta-kills. This is fine. Yisang, Ishmael, Danteh, you are unharmed. And here I was getting ready for a 3-day long search. With an enemy lower... Wait, when an enemy's HP is lower than his attack? Oh, I was like, insta-kills. How are they gonna balance that? Inspiration's infinite. So you just gotta amp his attack as high as you can, then. I'm sure at this point in the game there's ways to do that, right? He's gonna kill all the trash mobs, then. We managed to find him thanks to help from Miss Amiya here. Amiya? Are you two acquainted? Not a good time for a reunion. It can wait until after we take out the sea monsters. Scotty, are those organisms the Seaborns Calcit mentioned? They're sea terrors to be specific, the less sophisticated ones among them. Like 6 ways because there's a buffer that revives dead operators. Oh my lord. Plus their attack and attack speed. Oh my lord. Surely there won't be any balancing issues there. They're probably here for me. Sea terrors? I hear the sticky noise of something viscous slithering against the rocks. When I turn to face the origin of the unsettling noise, I smell the heavy, wet scent of brine. And at the end of my gaze awaits strange monsters, unlike distortions, unlike abnormalities, unlike anything I'd ever seen. It's as though the sea and the sea itself is encroaching on the land. Huh. Also gain same buffs themselves. Use oh my god, the redhead gunner girl. I forgot how to pronounce her name. I still remember looking it up. I remember the original version of her was like so good for anti-air, and like not having her was pain. Hello, Carmen. Golden angel with laser cannon. I have never seen the altar version, so I can't speak to that. Makes everyone immortal. This is fine. I was almost certain that we weren't at the Great Lake, but I'm not so sure anymore. Her experiences with the thick scent of brine at the Great Lake must have put her in a wary mood, as Ishmael seemed to be a lot more apprehensive about these monsters than anyone else. Do you think those creatures could be whales or mermaids? I don't know. The Great Lake and the outskirts are full of unexplored mysteries after all. Danteh, what do your senses say? It's unclear. I'd say the closest comparison I could make is with the whales, but even that's not conclusive. Life steals gain 2 attack speed damage. Ah! Why does everything sound busted? But how are you doing, Carmen? How's your ego rolls, Arknights rolls going? Huh? More enemies on the horizon. We should prepare for battle. Doesn't seem like we can talk things out with them though. So let's take them out. Collab event is part 1 of a 3-part series of events in AK, which gets more difficult as it goes. Wait, is Arknights on the Arknights side also doing? That's a Mia announcer, Nani! I haven't heard her voice in so long. We're gonna take a lot of unopposed attacks, aren't we? Faust would have been really nice here. Oh, what is this mechanic? Why do I see a bar? Oh my god, it's a Mia! 30 stack, become staggered, then take fixed damage equal to 25% of this unit's max HP and remove this effect. Yeah, okay. Oh, you got the hints on. There's a hints thing? I don't think we need it. I mean, it gives us some damage, I guess. Alter who instead of dying, getting killed, places sub-characterized aura that super slows and deals art stat. That sounds like there's a lot of different utility options and damage options now then, huh? Wait, am I misunderstanding how Lord Honglu works? How come that activated skill 3? I don't know if there are backup units. If there are no backup units, apply attack power to one ally Heisho with least percentage HP. Lord's Guard. Oh, because he was being targeted, right? Check first. Okay. Yeah, our passive procced. Do it all over again with no cooldown, effectively immortal. Surely there's a high DP cost associated with that, no? Like, in the sense that it takes a lot to put her down on the field. Ooh, that's not good. Why do I feel like these lines I've heard Amiya say before in the game age years ago? Just 18. Everything's fine. Is that just bad RNG, or does she have very limited voice line? And oh my god, I haven't heard the mission accomplished in so long as well. This is kind of a throwback. Main operator, immortal before swapping the sub in. Oh boy. Main operator swap, she can use her skill 2 immediately. This is fine. Everything is fine. Next, you're gonna tell me there's an operator that does something like that and then goes from skill 1, switches between skill 1, 2, and 3, and then back to 1, and then cycles non-stop. Oh my goodness. All remaining enemies have retreated to sea. Good work, everyone. Whew. Didn't think I'd have to deal with anything remotely like this outside the Great Lakes. You can say that again. Would have taken us a whole day if that Scotty character didn't occupy the other half while Miss Rabbit helped us from a distance. As we were catching our breath after battle, I heard a brief hum. When I turned around to look at its source, I saw Scotty glaring at me with a palpable alarm. Strange people who transform. And head of a clock? I guess they're both technically true. Well, it's nothing more than a theory at this point. I think they have a lot to do with the dimensional door we're supposed to be investigating. Excuse me. Nice to meet you, I guess. I only hear a ticking clock. Oh, that's because only us sinners can hear Dante's voice. Huh? What's up? No, I'm just wondering how Miss Amiya can seemingly understand Dante. Yeah, what's going on here? Huh? Yeah, it completely flew over my head. I didn't even question how weird this is. I asked from the start how! No, but a little bit late on the uptake, I guess. Not exactly like that, but monster and human form can switch between healing groups of allies? Huh. Becoming ground operator, deal AoE true damage. Everything is fine. Wait. Oh, okay. I was like, this is voiced? For a second, but I remember Dante just makes clock noises. Their voice sounds like a ticking clock to me, too. But I don't know. It's almost like I can sense what they're trying to say. What kind of emotion they're trying to convey. Her explanation reminded me of the blue boy in Sinclair's past. I didn't quite feel the uncanny sensation from Amiya as I felt from then. So she can read me kind of like how Virgilius can, I guess? Well, I don't think it's a bad thing. That's true. It's been a bit of a hassle to always need Faust or Honglu to translate for you, Dante. I'd like to know exactly how she can understand Dante, but I don't think we've got the luxury of time to sit around and figure this out. Amiya's blue after all. What does being blue have to do with understanding Dante? So are you heading back? Sounds like a plan. It's not like we know anywhere else to go, right? And Miss Rabbit here will be tagging along too. The blue reverberate. Annie? She said she'd help us find our way back. I'm glad to be working with you two also. Miss Ishmael, Mr. Honglu. Took the words right out of my mouth. You've already helped us plenty, and you clearly know a lot more about this place than we do. This journey is long. Perhaps embarking on it ere the sun's fall would be wise. How long's the journey? No idea. It's not like we have a clock with us. I don't know that. It's not very... I do know that it's not very far though. We just need to walk along the coastline for a bit. Scotty quietly points in my direction. Oh, Danteh can't tell us the time because they're not on time. God damn it! Then why the clock head? I didn't exactly choose to get myself clock-shaped head. I looked away from Scotty's inquisitive eyes, which were quite solidly fixed on my head. The coasts of Liberia are hardly good places for people to live. Those things can go anywhere in this world, but they thrive at places that meet the ocean. So how did people manage to build a village at a place like this? Monsters are called seaborns or sea terrors, yes? While it is true they pose certain difficulties, they were hardly the kind of monsters with strength to bring scourge and drive out the local populace. Don't judge them based on that brief skirmish. She's just telling us to be on our guard, right? Scotty can be a bit curt, but she's not a bad person. I don't think she said anything wrong. Nothing rules out the existence of stronger variants of these creatures being out there. Scotty's concern only served to fan my curiosity, but some things about her expression communicated that I probably shouldn't pry, so I quietly quickened my pace as we walked to the village. It permanently increases the stats of allies around her. Lulu, you were really into Arknights at one point, weren't you? Or are you still playing? Because if I recall correctly, you said you stopped playing, right? Oh my god! This event's gonna be a wall of text, isn't it? Yeah. Here I was saying I was gonna do these in video form. How many years in is it now? For Arknights, actually. Is it like 6.5, 7? 6? Oh. I see, so you stopped this year. This hardly looks like a village. It's more like a ruin, like the ruins of one, isn't it? Started at 2019. Oh my god. That long ago, huh? It doesn't seem like they've done any proper upkeep to the place. Not in a while, at least. They're really here living together? Strange buildings tell stories of former prosperity from a bygone era. With Stealth for being too broken, she does everyone's job. putting people out of their jobs. She's taken all the positions. Our steps leave no footprints on the wet, muddy ground. On it, I see rotting sign marked with the name Faro Muerto. Everywhere I look in this village, I see evidence of long, silent abandonment. Wizardel is W Alter? It's the Woach! The Woach is back! Oh my god. The Woach was very popular, a very popular character if I remember correctly. I remember getting her and then I don't remember her kit being very usable. Or like I just had better alternatives from what I remember. We don't see these kind of abandoned looking ruins often in the city either. I remember leveling everybody up to 90 that I used and whatnot. And then like most people just kept them at level 80. I'm like, but why? Just level them up to 90. I know it costs a lot, but you're gonna use those units a lot, no? Well, yeah, there's always someone or something out there waiting to capitalize on that free real estate. Be it a syndicate, corporation, and fix it up better than this at least. So where are the sinners? Ah, there's a clearing down there where we were entrapped betwixt a twain of great ships narrowing, winds against our sail. Oh. Okay, this is dawn, isn't it? And that is when young Ishmael boomed, her command most resonant. Say no more. I didn't even have to try to search for them. That unmistakably sonorous and familiar voice echoing triumphantly between the empty buildings. That's Don Quixote's voice when she's sharing her adventurous tales. Ah, yes. Ranges massive, damage hit as much as many bosses effects health. Nobody can hit her because of invisibility. Turrets deal rapid art damage. One woman army. There she was, standing atop a low podium like an actor on a stage, regaling a group of people in rags with tales of our adventures like a traveling thespian. Answers, ye dogs, oarsmen! 'Tis the moment I, Ishmael, the first mate of the vessel, Mephistopheles, shall navigate. Ah! Stop. Hold on. Just what do you think you're doing? Young Ishmael, unhand my mouth, for I was about to regale them with the most fantastic tale of adventures at the Great Lake. Manager Esquire! Verily, thou hast returned with Manager Esquire safely in tow. What? They found Clockhead? A burning clock for a head? When I was a child, I heard stories about a legendary Sarkaz with a flaming head. Well, why would someone like that visit our humble village? While the exterior may carry elements that inspire fear in some, there is no cause for alarm. Yeah, they may look like that, but they're Danteh, our manager. The rest are... Oh, hello. I'm sorry. Who are you two? They're two very nice people who help us find Danteh. This is Miss Amia, the leader of Rhodes Island. And this is Miss Scotty, their operator. They'll be coming along with us for a little while. With us? We believe that the dimensional door which we at Rhodes Islands are investigating has something to do with why you suddenly woke up here in Liberia. As Amia was bringing the sinners up to speed, decaying live flesh, blood to piles of meat. Oh my god. The villagers who were staring at us curiously approached us. Did our conversation manage to convince them that we're not a threat? I sure hope so. Ah, you're friends of our saviors. Saviors? Verily, 'tis quite the grand title. Yet, that is indeed the word by which we addressed. To be more precise, by saviors, they're referring only to Faust and Otis. Faust gave me a light nod when we made eye contact, but I couldn't tell her lips were drawing a very, very subtle smiling arc. Up into reunion cockroach like sheesh. Future chapters? I see. She was just Dynamite Gun Girl before. Now she's like fucking everything under the sun, I see. The Woach never dies, only becomes stronger. So I'm guessing something did happen? They were quite mistrustful upon our initial arrival. What business do outsiders have here? But what if they're from the Inquisition? Oh no, what can we do? After all we went through to get here. Calm yourselves, everyone. None of them are carrying what appears to be their scriptures or lamps. Let's first try to see who they are. Man, I don't think they're gonna trust us anytime soon. They're all... curmudgeons? Let's STNC, then PTSD. PTSD! Because you didn't have a name before, and also, wait. Nani? You can't do that, Ryushu. We can't pillage their storage depots. It looks like they already have it hard enough as it is. I don't think that STNC is a good way to get started either. Wait, STNC? What does STNC mean? Pillage their storage? PTSD? What? What? Oh my god, please, PM, put whatever it means in brackets. Should we help? Should we find help elsewhere? Just look at how thin their arms are. I don't think they're in any shape to help us out. Perhaps we could inquire as to where our whereabouts, ere we are to decide our lodging. While the landscape is certainly reminiscent of U-Corp's, but I don't recall seeing or learning any place that looks like this, though I can't say I've been to every corner of U-Corp. I ask again, what business do outsiders have here? Their fingers are tightening around the grips of their weapons. Prolonged silence will most likely turn this into a hostile encounter. Huh? We can't have that. Hi, we're from Limbus Company. We're fixers of justice. Yeah, that. Fixers of justice. Wait. Did you just... Don't you know when to keep it down? Fixers? That over there, it's a ship blueprint, isn't it? Are you looking to repair a vessel by any chance? All these construction materials seem to suggest so. Chief, this does not concern you. It is not something a mere outsider can understand. Curious, I've never seen an energy source like this before. Have you run the tests to rule out any stability issues? It seems to power the heat exchanger via some method comparable to the utilization of fusion energy. Have you any thoughts on this, Miss Faust? The general design structure is somewhat old-fashioned, but there certainly are inspired parts to the design, particularly with usage of the core energy source. While its stability would need to be further studied, this technology seems to be incredibly energy efficient. Have her queen form as an operator. 3 AoE true damage, summons lions, 2 AoE damage, infinite duration. 1 Vanguard Siege. Skill 2 true damage and what? What is this? M6. M6 is skill level 6, right? Or is it like 6 copies? I remember there was copies and skill levels. I think that's 6 copies, right? You've identified all that by merely glancing at this blueprint? You must be the village chief then. Mastery 3, but 2 skills? I don't remember how the skill and dupe system works even. Do they level up to... I think the skills level up to 10, right? If so, I have a proposition for you. In return for assisting their ship repair, we were promised a ride on their vessel. Miss Faust has theorized that perhaps by going out to sea, we may find a way to return to whence we came. Does that mean we... After 7, it's Mastery 1, Mastery 2... Oh, and then 3. I see. Does that mean we can find our way back somewhere out there to... In the sea? Nothing is certain yet, Danteh. At this moment, we are working based on a hunch. Huh. A hunch? Sensing the implicit omen in her choice of words, I slowly turned around to look at Faust, who nodded solemnly in response. If we're really in a different world, even her Jessel shaft has to be... No issues were encountered in the repair process. Faust smiles faintly as she looks around. Then she pulls me in by my hems. She whispers in a low voice. My connection to Jessel shaft is currently operating at a suboptimal level, Danteh. So it's still connected at least. A hunchback. No! Wrong one! It is indeed, however, even exchanges of simple information are taking up dozens of hours by current calculation. Is this a warp train situation because we're in a different dimension? The cause should be identical. We have been connected to an unidentified, unpredictable dimension. However, Faust is aware that the pathway to our original dimension is yet to close this time, unlike the situation back aboard the warp train. So, to get back to where we came from, indeed, traveling through the pathway is the most feasible solution. And from that, you came up with a whole plan to repair the ship and sail out to sea? Yes, well, I am also a genius after all. Amiya conjectured that we probably came through a dimensional door of sorts. Looks like that dimensional door might be what Faust is looking for. Finally put him in the game. Motherfucker was stronger than Aya. After 2 years? Oh my god. Sheep! Sheep was my art's savior. As well as Flamethrower Girl, I forgot her name. Elemental kind of true damage and arts damage in one. Elemental damage, that's new. Alter became best healer, huh. At least there's a way back. I find myself calming down a little. Oh, speaking of which, when do you think you can wrap up the repair job? As fortune should have it, a majority of the most time-consuming parts of repair have already been completed by the locals. It shouldn't take us more than a day or two to get the core parts in ship shape again. Executive Manager. All allies globally, 3x heal per operator per second. Okay. Everything sounds broken. We'll be staying here a few more days then. How did you manage last night? Well, like I said earlier, we've been keeping ourselves busy looking for you this entire time. We took turns helping with the repairs and resting, but I doubt any of us got a proper night's rest. Still, we weren't cold thanks to the villagers who kept their fires going for us all night. Not to mention how they helped us a ton with that local map they drew us. Oh, also, Chief handed us this earlier. What's it for? Looks like a sack to collect water. Give it here. I know how to get that installed. Wasted 152 poles, got nothing. Am I cooked? Time creep, you might be cooked. Like, pretty cooked. Like, 50% cooked. You need to scrounge up another 47 rolls. From Honglu's ego, I got 2 and 50. Damn, that's kind of crazy. It must be to repay Miss Faust and Otis's efforts at repairing their ship. Yet the service they provide us. Hello, General Spammer. Welcome back. How are you feeling today? I know, time creep. Are you feeling a little bit bummed out that you haven't gotten any? Yes, absolute resonance times 7. Oh, I feel like I'm on the verge of a sneeze, but I can't. Hello, kinetically to you too, Lula. The service they provide us is certainly quite generous, even when taking the transactional nature into account. They're really giving us the best treatment they can, huh? As for food, we managed to fill ourselves with some cookies and bread Rodia keeps in her pockets. Didn't want to eat her food supply when they're pretty tight, you know? She carries enough cookies and bread for 12 people? That's actually kind of amazing. I suppose, like, you know those people that, like, have handbags and stuff and it's just full of food? Full of snacks? I think I remember 1 or 2 people like that. Like, we were on a trip and it's like, they just pull out, like, cookies and stuff saying, you want cookies? You want candy? A half sneeze come out when you least expect it. Yep. Always anticipating it. No! They did offer us some nosh, those dried fish things, but we refused. I ain't taking food from the needy. No need to concern yourself so much with our hospitality. You have done more than enough to earn your keep. I turned around to look at the source of that low rumbling voice, and saw an old man in an outfit that seemed to distinguish itself amongst the other villagers. There you are, Chief. Is there any place for us to stay the night? We do have places to shelter from the misty humidity at the very least. There's an empty building there, so feel free to occupy it for the night. Oh, are you sure? I mean, I don't mind sleeping in the streets myself. Hey, speak for yourself. I've been looking forward to sleeping with a roof over my head since, like, yesterday. Something fishy about the villagers? Get over yesterday, probably ain't fish for day. Oh my god. Do you guys think that, like, if you eat, like, let's say if you eat fish, do you think, like, if you eat just fish for, like, a week, do you think, you'll smell fishy? Because, like, apparently your body odor is affected by what you eat, right? So, like, by that metric, surely you'll catch a cold sleeping in the elements in this environment, which is fine by me for the rest of you. But we can't afford to have the executive manager or our honored guests to suffer that fate. Honored guests? I've heard from the 4 who left in search of the executive manager. First, I would like to begin by imparting my infinite gratitude to you for finding and rescuing our executive manager. Oh my god, Otis heard Amiya was part of the leader of Rhodes Island and immediately started kissing ass. So I smell like bread? Surely you smell like bread. Bread does smell good though. Fresh bread. The smell of fresh baguette. Oh, yes. The bakery smells in the morning. Whew. Makes you hungry. I hear that you're the leader at a pharmaceutical company. This acquaintance shall certainly come in handy in case our stay becomes significantly prolonged. I am surprised by your boldness to say something so materialistic when they're standing right there. Can I stay in your village too, Chief? The village chief took a brief glance at the hems by her right wrist, then nodded. Welcome to Faro Muerto. You are welcome to stay as long as you want. And please do let me know if you find yourselves without food. Our food supply may be tight indeed, but we have enough to share with those who helped repair the vessel. Oh, you better not go back on your word later. I wonder what kind of local delicacies await. Dried fish. Like they were eating earlier, maybe? Hey, Chief. What is it? So, how are you surviving out here by the sea? Perhaps the question of how we are surviving may be somewhat misdirected, for we are only pursuing every possible avenue because we must survive. Your chief responds to Scotty's perceived hostility with a hearty smile. After leaving some firewood for the night, he left. I'm going. I can't learn much more from here. Huh? You're going somewhere at this hour? Scotty, does this have something to do with the coast? I remember that what you said before we got to the village, something about how coasts are hardly good places to live in. Danteh wants to know this has something to do with the coast? Do you understand Agar language? What? Agar language? No. Danteh, Scotty just spoke in Agarian. What? I couldn't understand a word of Scotty and Chief's conversation because I don't speak Agarian. It may only be that there are enough lexical similarities between one of the city's languages and the language Scotty spoke in for them to comprehend the meaning. Weird coincidence. Anyway, I have some things to look into, something you're all too slow to see. You still have to tell us about it later. Please remember you're not on a solo mission, Scotty. This is a team effort from Rhodes Island. Will do. Scotty nodded lightly before leaping off into the night out of our sights. I'm guessing Scotty's story was already explored? Wait, no, there was a whole event for Scotty. I completely forgot already. I remember when she popped in to the gacha, there was like Scotty's sister, younger sister or something? Somebody that was wearing a similar outfit and there was an event. Completely forgot everything by now. Jesus. She's not the best with people, but she's also pretty thoughtful. She'll be okay. Ah, should we head inside? The sun's starting to set already. Oh, yeah. We could probably just pick an unlit building to stay the night here, right? Trying our best to ignore the mood that was starting to turn awkward, we made our way into the nearby unoccupied building. Huh. The place looks a bit run down. After doing the math, I'll be able to reach pity near the end of the event. Oh, that's cutting it close. Huh. Oh my god! I see there's gonna be a reading session, if I've ever seen one. We walked past a few narrow buildings and remnants of narrow buildings before we came across a hall, large enough to house all 15 of us. 15 or so of us. How close to near the end of the event are we talking? Oh yeah, you don't get more lunacy by doing 3 normal runs a week versus doing 1 hard run, right? It's just more, whatchamacallit, more value for your pips, weekly pips. 10 free extraction ticket came in clutch. I wouldn't be able to get pity without that. I see. No doubt. Would come in handy. I'm getting sleepy. Okay, now we're ready. With the curtains and windows removed, the smoke has an exit. Oh, I thought we were doomed to shudder ourselves to sleep with the soaking wet firewood and all. I had no idea that'd work. We just have to get a small fire going underneath it until the wood dries up and catches fire. Downside being all this smoke. It's clear she has field experience, unlike some fools I know. I shan't sit here and let her carry the burden of labor alone. Bequeath upon me thine ingredients, young Rodian, for I shall conjure thee a pot of special fixer soup. You're making soup with cookies and jelly? No, you're not getting anywhere near the kitchen again, not after what you cooked up last time. While I must admit to a certain level of interest, as many of our fellow viscera are often racked with intense agony upon ingesting dishes of your making, perhaps it would be wiser that we save the occasion for a safer environment. Why did Yisang look like he was really into Dawn's cooking at the start there? Right, don't you remember we agreed to leave cooking to Mur or Oti? If we're ever in a situation like this, remember? Did we? See, I think it's become sort of an unspoken rule after everything that happened. Remember back during last year's cooking contest at K-Corp? They were the only 2 people who managed to get remotely positive reviews. Oh, does that mean we'll get to try Otis's cooking once again? Denied. We still have plenty of high-calorie foods like cookies and jellies here. I find no reason to do something so inefficient. I'm glad to see that everyone's still energetic, given the circumstances. It can't be easiest to so suddenly wake up in an unfamiliar environment. Oh god, I think people would be panicking. Like, it'd be probably pretty normal to be panicking if you woke up somewhere where you had no idea where you are. And nobody has any idea where you're, like, landmarks you're saying. That'd be pretty scary. Well, we're all quite used to getting thrown into unfamiliar places. Speaking of which, did you manage to reach your colleagues, Amiya? She shook her head, concerned. They might have lost their comm devices, or maybe they ran into some other trouble. Could they be in danger? I don't know, but I'm sure they're okay. Dokta, oh my god. The Dr. Calcit, they're both more than capable enough to look after themselves. I'd immediately leave the place if I found myself in a place like that. But where to? Where would you know where to go? I'd probably just follow the locals, I guess. I mean, where else would you go? Long have this curiosity lingered within me, thus allow me to inquire. Corporations, by their nature, organizations in pursuit of profit. Yet the activities of your corporation resemble those of a charity organization, as opposed to a pharmaceutical company. Is there aught that might explicate this blurred distinction? Aha! I wanted to know too. How come a pharmaceutical company like Rhodes Islands is helping people? Something about what Hong Lu said brings back unpleasant memories. The horrible experiments seen through the cascade of flowing tears in the face of suffering, the embodiment of greed that left a terrible wound in Hong Lu's fathoms. The pharmaceutical companies I've seen on my journey were corporations that, despite possessing the capacity to heal, chose to obsess over the profit it can provide. The exit, obviously. Where is the exit precisely? Is there a sign pointing to the fire exit? There are many in Terra who are suffering from a disease. Disease crystallizes you. It spreads deeper and deeper into the infected's internal organs, eventually culminating in their death. It's called oropathy. Amiya showed me the back of her right hand, dotted by what appeared to be obsidian crystallizations. Its appearance reminded me of bio-treatments from the back streets, but there was something more to it, something more restless, more sinister. It's terrible, painful disease, but there haven't been any recorded cases of full recovery. Oh yeah! I've always had this question while playing Arknights. What's stopping them from surgically removing these obsidian crystals? Is it just gonna grow again after you remove them in the same place, or what's the deal? Have they ever mentioned that? But there's an even worse problem. Pray tell, what could possibly be worse than an incurable deadly disease? While it varies region by region, discrimination against the infected is widespread across Terra. Those who suffer from it must face unfair treatment. Yi Sang began with a dark expression. Some are quarantined in places with terrible, inhumane conditions. There have been massacres too. I don't mean to be callous, but is this oropathy highly contagious? No. There have not been any recorded cases of infection by contact, as long as subjects are alive. But when the infected dies, the crystal growths on their body decay and turn to dust, scattering, which is what spreads the plague. Then, barring environments like active battlefields where casualties are to be expected, staying within close proximity of infected in daily life seems to hardly pose a risk. Huh, so what's the problem then? They're already past the point of caring about what the problem is. Once people start feeling iffy, all logic goes out the window. Then Rhodes Island's goal has to be, yes, it is important to develop a cure for oropathy, but I think what really matters is that we can change the circumstances for the better for the infected. That's not going to be an easy endeavor, though. That is what gives your effort more meaning. I hope you can achieve that goal, Amiya. I really do. For truth. The city, this world, we both live in, full of surprises, don't we? What kind of world did you come from? This city? What kind of place is the city, anyway? The kind of place with too many pointless rules. The kind of place where the moment you think, isn't this too much, you see something even worse. Try as I might, I couldn't think of a single positive thing about the city. The sinners seemed to be in agreement, as most of them what came after was quite scathing. The kind of place where good deeds rarely ever go unpunished, where sympathy's a good attitude to have if you like getting stabbed in the back. Nothing good ever works out there. It's a shithole. It's an irrational place full of absurdities. Absurdity is an omnipresence. Therefore, it is not a subject by which one should be aggrieved. We can at least grouse about them, though. I mean, it's the only thing we can do. It would be more correct to experience more and acclimatize oneself to it instead of complaining. You did say something like that last time. Just as the mood was starting to turn rather sour, Don Quixote's shout shattered the awkwardness. Verily, nary a day goeth by, untarnished by villains and their foul deeds. Yet worry thee not, for where evil riseth, so doth fixers of justice to... Don Quixote jumped from her seat and passionately shook her fist, which was followed by a heavy crack and the sound of small pebbles tumbling down. Don Quixote, watch out! Whoa! Huh? And from behind the wall, she accidentally broke down. An unfamiliar visage of a villager appeared and stared back at Don Quixote. It appeared she was eating something out of a can while reading a book. How farest thou? Fair as thy foot, you gotta apologize first. Lass seemed a tad too hyper today. Apologies, for hardly expected the wall to crumble with such ease. Art thou unhurt? Any injuries? Two? Two? Pray tell to what? Forget the apology, I just want to know what happens next. Fixers of Justice rose up to do what? She was listening in! She was listening into the story! She was listening into story time, oh my god. Ooh! Hast thou come to me to hear of tales of fixers? Oh my god. I don't know what's coming to us, given how Miss Don Quixote was the one who punched the wall down. Oh, is it too late? An hour? I don't mind waiting till morning if you want to sleep. Nay, not at all. 'Tis quite early, an hour for tales, in fact. Prithee, seat thyself here. You ungovernable fool, calm down. We don't even know who she is. And don't you forget to share those fixer tales over there in the corner to not disturb our sleep. Oh my god. Thou makest a request most untenable. These tales deserve to be announced to a world with great gusto from the center. Yeah, that's the best way to hear those kind of stories, but we should probably introduce ourselves to each other first. My name's Mayers. How should I put this? Ah, did you meet the village chief earlier during the day? He's my gramps. Oh, that nice guy? So he had a granddaughter. Yet I have not seen you once, Miss Mayers, under the sun. Oh my, you're right. I thought the village was completely dried of any young blood. Like Claudia said, while we didn't see Mayers out there, there wasn't anyone else in the village we could comfortably call young. You're telling me? Gramps was worrying over nothing and told me to stay put inside, going on and on about the dangers that outsiders pose and everything. It seems that they do not give full faith to their saviors. There are things you cannot share even with whom you trust your life, though I would like to know why. My, so there's a bunch of other kids who are stuck indoors in this village? No, there isn't anyone around my age in the village at all. If that's the case, I guess I can understand why he'd be overprotective. Anyways, it's our turn. We are... I'm good. I heard enough to get an idea. You did? Oh, pray, how did thou steer us? Via listening device? Most secret upon our chamber? Mayers tapped the side of the wall, part of the building still standing anyway, and smiled ironically. Bad soundproofing. I could hear pretty much everything. Don Quixote, right? Everything Don Quixote practically sang during the day. Verily, I see. I think you could really do with some sense of embarrassment for once. Well, I guess that's good enough for self-introductions. So, care to regale me with a tale of fixers who bring justice to evils of the city? Oh, indubitably. Then, this shall do. I shall regale thee with a tale in which the legendary fixer, Magnificence herself, the Red Mist, hath... suppose that killed any hope for a good night's skip. But, don't you usually pass out within a minute of your back hitting the hay no matter how noisy things are? What? Do you take me for some kind of hibernating bear or something? Look, even I have trouble sleeping when there's noise all over. Oh, what is that noise? Sigh. Did I hear... I'd say bear in hibernation is a pretty apt descriptor. For all that grumbling and moaning, he dozed off before any of us did. Aside from Heathcliff, who began snoring the moment his head touched the ground, some other sinners were fast asleep as well. Mersault had entered sleep in his usual steadfast adherence to the routine, whilst Faust laid claim to one of the few available cloth sheets as soon as the close of business for the day was confirmed. The sinners who had spent the entire last night searching for me in this unfamiliar land slowly began to fall asleep as well. Meanwhile, the fixer of the Zweys Association's first section, though the night was no longer young, Don Quixote was still vigorously sharing the tales of adventures without even a single sign of fatigue. She's not determined to do this until sunrise, is she? Oh. I guess it's okay since mayors seem to be having fun. As I continued to watch the pair with some mild concern, Amiya, not yet asleep, approached me. The city Miss Don Quixote speaks of seemed to be teeming with fixers of justice and exhilarating tales of adventures. Did you actually experience all of them yourselves? No, of course not. Don Quixote's stories are usually those of other famous people. But she's telling it with such vigor, it almost sounds like she was there herself. Well, I guess if you really want to get into it, some of them might be retellings of Don Quixote's personal experiences. Ishmael replied uncertainly, looking back to the plays we were made to watch back in La Mancha land. Well, I think all those stories, even though they were only partially true, just go to show what a ridiculous place it can be. We wouldn't need fixers of justice to begin with if we really lived in a just world, right? A really good place to live in would be quiet, peaceful, without someone having to force it. That is true. I hope there will be a day when Rhodes Island can be a normal pharmaceutical company in the future. Something's wrong. No, I just thought Miss Mayers and I made eye contact. Did she overhear our conversation? I looked over to her direction as well, but all I saw was Mayers excitedly reacting to Don Quixote's tales. Oh, what happened then? Thus spake Lady Otis boldly before the soldiers who stood in our path. Thou presumeth to stand in our path, servants of a master most unworthy? I, Otis, shall educate ye on how manner maketh... Don Quixote was now retelling the stories of Limbus Company's adventures in Hongyuan, and Otis, who could no longer stand Don Quixote's unintentional alterations of the story, jumped to her feet and shouted, "Damn it, what kind of nonsense are you feeding her? I never said anything like that." Verily, certain aspects of this retelling may have been exaggerated. God damn it, Don. That's tales of adventures for you. Things are bound to get a bit dry when the story is told too realistically. And as is, right? You know, nothing, not even anything resembling a proper record or a book remained once the profound silence swept through this village. So I've always had a craving for these kind of stories. But Liberia doesn't stop Liberians from immigrating contrary to their tight immigration control. Have you ever thought about leaving this place? it's still a challenge to cross the border, especially since we're going to have to pass through larger cities that are managed by the Inquisition. You don't seem particularly fond of this Inquisition. Why is that? That's because this village was formed by people who grew tired of living under the Inquisition's rule and fled. Sorry, but what kind of organization is this? Inquisition. Sinclair asked, face turning cold upon hearing the word Inquisition, and people fled from it. Yeah, the Nagel and Hammer we saw back at Cal? Aren't the kind of memories that were easily forgotten. According to Dr. Calcit, the Inquisition is what filled the power vacuum once Liberia fell into chaos. That its inquisitors are the rapier and lamp-wielding protectors of Liberia's cities from lawlessness. That alone kind of makes them sound like good people, though. Yeah, they are, but there's the Church of the Deep. The Inquisition will go to whatever lengths to deal with incidents related to the church that worships Seaborns. V, an organization that worships those monsters? It seems that cultish fanaticism is a plague wherever we go. I feel like people with all kinds of wrong faiths and beliefs are so common. See? The Seaborns are the ones that messed Liberia up. Following their logic, apparently it's okay for them to arrest anyone who seems even remotely connected to them. Are you saying Liberia is like this because of Seaborns? Those things from earlier? Guess they're kind of troublesome to deal with, but they didn't seem that strong. Anyways, it's just what I heard from Gramps, but the Inquisition executed many innocent people too in their crusade against the Church of the Deep. For those who proclaim to be on the side of justice, they seem quite fond of committing such villainy. It seems like a reasonable policy decision to me, but it must pose a clear danger to the daily lives of civilians. Yeah, I heard I was the only survivor. Everyone in my family died. Oh, Jesus. You must have had to endure such a long period of pain to be able to say something like that with such composure. For Liberia, they are heroes who will bring back the land to its glory days, but Gramps, they were just oppressors making his life difficult. That's why we've all come here fleeing the Inquisition's gaze. Yet, wherefore thou decided to settle at a place that is so, run down? Indeed. I like how she said that with a full smile there. Yeah, I know, it's not so bad once you get used to it. Besides, we managed to find a new path thanks to you guys. A new path? Well, it's getting late. Will you be repairing the ship tomorrow too? This place really has no soundproofing at all, huh? Good talk, everyone. Hope we'll get another chance to do this tomorrow too. After seeing Mayers to her own room, the other sinners, those who were still up anyway, and I laid ourselves to the hard stone floor, only with a thin layer of cloth between it and our backs. A mysterious world that is neither the city nor the outskirts. But it seemed that the lives its people led were just as difficult as they were anywhere else. Wait. What are the chances we can... Nah. I was thinking, what are the chances Orpathy we can bring back to the city or something by accident? Oh, now we can use the full team. Okay. In that case, let's bring out the... Wait, honestly, we can just bring out the whole Rupture team, right?
어디서 뱀 기어가는 소리 들리지 않아? 어디서?
명을 받듭니다.
Okay. Let's bring the whole team up. It's so big. Amazing! I didn't know there were any remaining vessels of this class in Liberia. Uh-huh. I espy her name there. 'Tis called the name Rebellion de las Masas? Rebellion de las... I'll just call it the Rebellion. Revolt of the Masses, is it? A name very much mired in peculiarity. Indeed. Honglu chimed in that he was rather fond of it, with its size being about the same as the boat from his home, while Ishmael quickly jumped in to correct us that its size alone wasn't anything special at the Great Lake, but it was still pretty big compared to Mephi or the Indigo Elder's skiff. I thought it was going to be somewhere around Mephi's size at most. Are you sure we can get this ship fixed in a day or two? As I briefed you yesterday, the great majority of time-consuming repairs had already been completed by the villagers. The extent of our repair efforts only concerns a few components within the vessel the villagers could not repair, which shouldn't take us much time. Unless the parts are unfamiliar to Faust are also malfunctioning, such as the core engine, remaining repairs should be sufficiently managed by Faust. Despite Otis's confident declaration, I couldn't help but be oddly unsettled as I look at the ship. It looks like a bowl. I don't know why, but something tells me we don't want to linger here for too long. Still, please be thorough about it, just in case. I'd rather not sit on a sinking ship again. The experience at the Great Lake was enough. Oh, don't worry, Danteh. Unlike Mephistopheles, most functions of this vessel, buoyancy gear, propellers, steering gear, are all in operational capacity. This repair should be much easier than the case with Mephistopheles. They seem confident enough. We should be safe this time around, right? Are we taking that rope to climb up to the ship? No, there's a lift-like apparatus down here. It should take us up to the ship. Its stability was verified yesterday. Let us board the lift. You're 100% certain, right? The boat is afloat right now, Danteh. I don't think it'll be sinking anytime soon. Oh, wouldn't that be nice? Oi, are you two just going to faff about down here? We're heading up now. No, we're going with you. As I made my way into the vessel's bridge... Oh, that looks advanced. I was greeted by an extravagant interior that was as gaudy as its exterior. This isn't real gold, is it? Sure is shiny as heck in here. I've got butterflies in my stomach. AS. Aesthetically satisfying, she says. Too ostentatious. Not quite my style. Young Mephi is also quite the excellent vessel, yet imagine the adventures we could embark aboard this vessel, most lavishly decorated. As Faust and Otis were working on one of the control panels, Ishmael walked up to another and interfaced with it before giving a knowing nod. Excuse me. This must have been an investigative research vessel of sorts. What? How do I do this? But it seems to be a bit extravagant for one of those, though. Look, coordinates updating in real time, it seems. Coordinates seem to have been set somewhere out in the middle of the ocean. Maybe points to a small islet? Nope, no islet there. But blimey, lass, you sure know how to sneak up on people. Mayors? Ahaha! What, did I actually surprise you? I did ask if you guys are okay. We're gonna fix the boat today. Still, didn't know you'd be here. Where are the coordinates set to this location? There are several undersea cities beneath those coordinates, collectively known as Ager. Gramps' home. I see. Understood. Hmm? What was understood, if I may ask? It is now understood why the promise to repair the ship was sufficient to earn their trust and the title of saviors. Hello! Med me here? Is that how I pronounce it? How are you doing? The Gamba has netted me all 3 egos. Namely, I got Gregor's one, then Faust's. Then cause I rolled 250 plus times, I just used Yisang's ideality to pick Honglu's. They all look brilliant. Their art is fantastic. What's she on about? Someone get translated. Consolidating and cross-referencing the observed particular circumstances of the village and the statements from the village chief alongside the information garnered from the exchange with mayors, it is possible to gauge the significance of this ship's repair has to the local populace. Of course, while it may constitute a sequence of logical connections that poses a certain challenge for Heathcliff to comprehend, I got them 240 pulls. Hey, nice. Huh, seems like around 250-ish is like the sweet spot for getting them. Although, I think someone appeared here earlier that got it in 50 rolls, which is kind of insane. To employ any degree of effort to attempt to explain it in a more digestible language would constitute a pursuit of inefficiency. Heathcliff is about to swing that baton. Lower your baton, I implore you. I shall explain it in full. I was wondering when Miss Smartass would start gabbing like that again. So, what's she on about? Heathcliff's shoulders were relaxed. It didn't seem like he was actually gonna swing the bat. He placed it lightly over his shoulder with a sigh. A brief observation of the village suggests their substance situation is quite substance situation is quite dire. Much of their daily sustenance consisted of dried food, most of them made for long-term storage purposes. Considering that what Scotty said about coastal areas, how the coastal areas are full of danger, maybe those dried seafood aren't from around here. Funny enough, I had 200 pulls with nothing but dupes. Same! So I got like 200, like 10-ish without nothing, and then like the last few, I got them all. Well, I got 2. Oh my god. It was like dupe, and then, oh, I see a blue ball chain, and I was like, this is the one. Now I don't feel so bad about spending 200 rolls on Ryushu. Specifically, Heisho Ryushu. Maybe it's the food they packed when they first came to Faro Muerto. Some villagers were armed, yeah, and those sea terrors weren't exactly that formidable, but given the state the villagers are in, I doubt they'd have an easy time repelling those monsters. Same, still had 18k lunacy. I think I have around that amount as well. Yeah, I think I have around that amount. I looked at the assured 3-star identity extraction. Oh, it does say identity extraction, huh? I was like looking through. I didn't see any of the collaboration egos listed. I was like, oh. Why did the lighthouse die? Nani? Lighthouse? There hasn't been a mention of lighthouse yet. Or is that a question? Why? Why did it die? Indeed. And that brings us to the question of sustenance. Right, I get what's going on here. Lass and her granddad are about to visit their hometown, and they're trying to get some food supplies from there to feed the villagers, and convince them they're planning to use the fact that they're from the same neck of the woods or sea, I guess. Nani? What does that actually mean? I know that's the name, but is it like a dead lighthouse is the translation? Wait, let me translate. Oh! I see, it means dead lighthouse. I see. I was like, why? Which lighthouse? I see, makes much more sense now. I feel like I should get a cup of honey water whenever I'm streaming. I suppose there's a lot of names like that, huh? Oh, we're not just repairing the ship, we're also repairing their food supply plan too. Huh? What's wrong? It's, while expressions were rather crude, Heathcliff's summary of the situation was clear, to the point, and easily understood. The sinners stared at him with a mild surprise. And I did too. What's with them annoying looks? Wait. Oh, you sods. You don't think I'm that dim-witted, do you? Top-notch intuition. It's just that, it's been a while since you've shown this side of yourself. Thinking back, Heathcliff's intuition always has been excellent, and he'd often put together surprisingly accurate conclusions with impressive speed. I guess. You know, when you really think about it, it's kind of your fault for, I've been too soft on you lately, haven't I? Oi, get back here. With those fools out of the conversation, was he correct? Otis looks away from the usual chaos and asks Mayers. Honestly, I'm surprised he was on point. Yeah, food's been running low in the village. At this rate, we won't last another year. But the Aegir, well, I'm sure they'll welcome us with open arms. I don't want to come off like I'm overly worried, but do you think they'll welcome others too? Unlike mayors or chief, they're not Aegir. I believe they will. Liberia suspects and hates Aegir for no other reason than that they're from the sea, but our home cannot have fallen so low as to abandon a group of starving land dwellers. You may be surprised. Prithee, might thou explain to us who the Aegir are? I had initially thought it to be a reference to a region, yet it also seems to be an affiliation of sorts. Maybe there's something like nest dwellers? Though I don't think I've heard of a nest that accepts backstreets people with open arms. Or maybe they used to be some rich folk? If they call them nest toffs Aegir here, then does that make the rabbit-eared class Aegir too? Wait, what in the world you came from? Wait, in the world you came from, they don't distinguish between races? That's not entirely true. Delineations between races is a concept that does exist. Though I only saw them in the Fathoms, there were those terrifying things called the cuckoo spawns. However, as a general rule, it can be said that humans should be the only intelligent life forms in the city. The people of Terra have slightly varying appearances depending on their race, like my Countess ears, and I've got pointy ears because I'm an Aegir, though it's not a characteristic every Aegir shares. The closest idea to what they are discussing appeareth to be, Don Quixote seemed to be struggling to finish her sentence. Why Aegir sounds like some Atlantic city or something at this point. Atlantic sea elves with pointy ears? Mersalt stepped in to continue. By context clues and the manner of word usage, including the means of classification, the closest example in our world would be blood fiends, similar external appearances to humans, different natures, comparable sapiens. 'Tis of my belief blood fiends are ostracized due to their nature that maketh coexistence with humans difficult. It may be that Aegir are also. I'm sure some of them do possess qualities that make coexistence with others difficult, but they're probably rare. Then, wherefore are they made subjects of suspicion and hatred? That's... Well, the language is new, but the idea is still pretty familiar to city folks like us. Think of the feathers of fallen wings, kids born in the backstreets, people who replace their body parts with prosthetics. The form differs, yet its essence we find the thread. Something about how we keep finding these similarities in our way of lives, despite finding ourselves in a distant world with different rules, races, and humans, felt oddly discomforting. The point is, you guys are doing us a real solid by fixing up this ship. Let's move on from the gloomy conversations, okay? I want to show you the cooler parts of the ship. This way. A ship tour may have to wait. The repairs are almost completed, but an issue has arisen. Issue? Whoa, that's not reassuring at all. Multiple life forms detected ahead, assumed to be sea terror horde. The ship's radar system suggests the vessel is surrounded. They're the same monsters from yesterday. Executive Manager, please order us to prepare for battle. Damn it. Are they the sea terrors you encountered? They look a bit different, but yeah, probably. There's a lot of them, but if our last experience tells us anything, we should be able to handle this. Amiya, please support us in the battlefield like you did yesterday. Canst thou fight, young mayors? I feel like I'm just gonna get in your way. Then guys, find a place to keep mayors as far as possible from the battle. Then let's hurry down there. We don't want to keep them damaging the ship any further. If they damage the hull, that's gonna be a big problem, isn't it? What are these? These shell sea runner? But on top of Nether Sea brand, gain clash power to +2 double amount of nervous impairment. How do we know they're on top of this whatchamacallit? Nether Sea brand. Wait, what? Let me reread this. Don't get it. Don't get it, but sure. Oh, I miss powered up Shichun with all the passives and extra skill effects already. When in doubt, win rate. Yeah, I mean, if you press win rate and you don't see a problem, right? There's no issue there. I technically did press counter once, but yeah, that's it. I'm just gonna keep subbing in units with Honglu. And probably countering with Faust when she doesn't have third skill up. Win rate will lead to his downfall later stages. I heard they adjusted the difficulty of later stages already. In the... there was like stuff in the crate that said the difficulty was adjusted, and lunacy was given to compensate. How many of these are we facing? 20? Okay. They did? Yeah, apparently they did. Wait, let me show you that. Let me show you the stuff in the crate. They probably didn't want to make it that hard due to the fact that this is a collaboration event. I think that is the idea. Because, like, collaborations are meant to, like, get people into the game, right? And people that haven't gone at, like, cleared, like, the more recent cantos can access this because it's an event, right? You just need a broader mind, it was light work. Maybe they're considering for lower level people, like lower level IDs and whatnot as well. Who knows? Everything's gonna get cooked by Heishos though. Mission accomplished. Oh. They can access it as the IDs get maxed when they try to clear easy mode? Huh, I suppose. Okay, another combat node.
이런 임무는 뱀 중에서도 내가 제일이지. 승객들, 뭔가 기분 좋은 일이라도 있었던 거야?
Something like this. We covering everything. I want to get 3 purples from Assault's passive to kick in. No, you give green as well. Like, Well, we're missing 1 purple for middle brother Assault to kick in. Playing Arknights while watching this. The ease mode sets your IDs level 55 type 4 as well as setting all egos to... Oh! I see. That would be helpful for new players. I guess, I don't know, what else would be their concern? ID variety? Yeah, not sure what other concerns they would have, honestly. Probably just a variety of, like, IDs and egos. Yep, that's it. Hello, Ray! Hello, Ray. How was Halo? Was Halo a good time? Did you gun down hordes of enemies? We finished! W! Congrats on finishing! Did it have an epic cinematic or something at the end? We sped ran it in 1 session, that's crazy. Was there skipping of cutscenes or something? Or like, did you guys just literally speedrun it from like afternoon till like evening? Oh my god, skilled gaming confirmed. Nope, you were just that good? That's crazy. Please teach. I want to, wait. Halo's an FPS game, right? Surely Ray carry in FPS games now. I'll do the turn-based stuff, yeah. Let's see here. Gotta make sure I yoink a counter every turn. Ah, there's our last purple. Looks so like you can't run from it now. Are I carrying turn-based games? If you give me enough time to think about it, surely I can do it, right? I'll just take a... Where's the beard toggle? I don't have a beard toggle. I'll just take 6 years and yeah, I'll find the answer eventually. Hello, Nima. How you doing? Are you a fellow Limbus player, mayhaps? You have a second? Oh, it's over. I'm pressing win rate and going with it. As you can see in this game, we have a very convenient button called win rate. This win rate button right here, unless it's a really difficult fight, we can just click it and go. Ah, Arknight event. Yep, it do be. Does everybody read through the Arknight event when they stream it? Actually, I'm kind of curious. Cause like, I noticed some people just like skim through the story in their head and then just chat with everybody like in chat. Like, I think Sino kind of does that to a degree. Which is like understandable, cause like, me reading everything takes forever and pretty tiring. Already clear that? Oh, congrats! Did you get all the egos from Gacha? The remaining entities have all returned to sea. Is everybody okay? Wait, that's Arknights. Yeah, Limbus Company is having a collaboration with Arknights. It was like our last skirmish. Sea terrors that surrounded the ship returned to sea even before the battle came to an end. And their retreat felt too orderly and deliberate to be just running away. It's almost like they're making a tactical retreat. We're doing peachy, but what about the ship? Val, is the ship okay? Minor damages to the hull, but nothing that would impede the ship's operational capabilities. Phew. So, I noticed during the battle, I might be wrong, but of course, I noticed how around the end of the battle, those monsters were starting to go after the manager? You're probably right, actually. I noticed that too. At some point during our battle, those monsters realized it's the manager who's commanding the rest of us. Nope, just got Scotty-ish. Spent 40 pulls and got nothing, damn. That's unfortunate. It do be like that. Well, hopefully you get enough pulls and stuff to get more. Well, at least some of them before the end of the event. Was trying to get Mylnar? Which one is that? Is that Hong Lu's? If I had to take a guess? Those monsters realized, I sensed the very same. Their movements were fluid and adaptive, as though they were learning our behavior. No, Gregor. Oh my god, I see Gregor. Gregor looks so handsome in that, like holy shit. He looks so well dressed, well groomed and everything. Gregor should get into outfits more often. Why does the Church of the Deep worship monsters like them? That ain't much of a question, isn't it? They must have all gone mental. Gregor really OP, so cool, so elegant. Ah, yes. Him in suit and everything. Oh, properly trimmed and brushed hair. Whew. I'm sure they have many reasons, but Seaborns are beings of infinite potential. So much so there's no superlative big enough to properly convey the scale. As organisms, they can endlessly evolve and adapt. Every time they encounter a new environment or a new element, they transform themselves and other Seaborns. Maybe that's their draw. Fascination may be an attitude most befitting of a researcher, yet the transformation of fascination into idolatry is, if I may be frank, not entirely positive. I find them pretty uncomfortable. They remind me of whales. Oh no, not the whales! By the way, you know about the collab boss got a nerf, but that keep nothing? I know it got a nerf because of the Lunacy crates, like the stuff from Lunacy I got, but other than that, I am not aware of what exactly got nerfed. I'd have to look over the patch notes to find out. By chance, do you know what got nerfed, Nima? What? Going by everything we've heard, I think they sound really smart. Mayer's eyes went round at Honglu's suggestion. She brought her hands to her mouth, surprised. It sure was something. I heard that was a Seaborn who could talk. If non-humans speak the language of humans, regardless of its testament to their intelligence, I can only think of two possibilities as to why they would. One, to communicate with humans, the other, to deceive humans. More often than not, it's the latter. What about distortions? Some of them already know how to speak. By the way, you know, just got nerfed on skill effect, but that boss is really annoying at phase 2. There's phases! Well, I suppose what boss in Limbus doesn't have phases, right? I guess. Everything past season 1 I feel like has phases. Distortions are phenomena in which humans transform into monstrous forms, first observed after the White Nights and Dark Days incident. Therefore, that example is irrelevant to Otis's supposition. White Nights and Dark Days? She whispered quietly, but as we were standing rather close to her, we all caught on to the hint of her joy in her voice. By chance is she actually a Seaborn? Why do I have a feeling, you know, she seems kinda sus. The pillar of light in the city, did it really? How have you come across this knowledge, Miss Mayers? Oh, ain't it obvious? We got the culprit right here, the storyteller lass, who's been grabbing on with no end. Yeah, she's been talking non-stop all morning about all kinds of stories, hasn't she? Oh? Yet I have not gotten that far. You again? You didn't get lost in your own stories that you blabbed all about our company's secrets, have you? Nay, fee. I would simply not. As Don Quixote was subject to yet another round of scolding, Amiya stared out toward the sea, wary that sea terrors might be crawling to the surface once again before turning toward us. I wonder which of the two the Seaborns are. Their sense of self is really faint, so I don't know. Don't think they'd be in either category. Annoying boss, because 50% of max HP shield is... Wait, 50% shield is 50% of max HP and can be reset at some turn. Ah, so it's kind of like a damage check, or like a shield damage check as well. If I recall correctly, there are some things that do more damage to shields, right? Oh my goodness, excuse me. Some IDs that deal more damage to shields? I recall reading them in the description. I'm not sure who does more damage. I think it's possible they learn the human language out of instinct, that the power of speech might help them to survive. Really need heal and manage sanity for that? That sounds like a fluid sack moment, but you can't bring fluid sack because I need the event currency. Not like this. Not like this. Everything's going awry. Your knowledge of them seems to go beyond what fear for one's survival may yield, thereby suggesting a different means of acquisition. Do you by chance worship the Seaborns? I don't worship the Seaborns. Seaborns don't have any hopes or wishes, just desire for survival. Miss Mayers, does that mean if Seaborns were somehow able to hope? Maybe so. Is that so? The repairs are complete. As we were conversing, Faust descended from the ship with a neatly organized set of tools borrowed from the village. Repairs completed. I'm guessing repairs are done? Yes, the ship is ready to set sail. Did you have a departure time and date in mind? I would prefer if we can depart as soon as possible. We don't have a set time or anything, but I think we should be able to set sail this late afternoon at the earliest. Boss is pretty funny. Why? Got nerfed, but still useless. Ow, define funny. What is your metric of funny? Funny as in funny torture, or funny as in funny gimmicky? That soon? As you've seen, we do not have a lot to bring with us. By the way, how far out to sea do you guys need to go? We need to find this dimensional door of sorts. I could see the dimensional door's light from the beach at night. It was faint, but given how the light's strong enough to break through the sea fog, we should be able to determine its location somewhere around the coastal waters. So we can go back tonight? The first order of business is to relay the news to the villagers. Yeah, back to the village for now. Wait, who's guarding the ship? Who's gonna guard the ship? Nobody's gonna guard the ship. What if they come and nom nom chomp chomp the ship while we're gone? Struggle is funny. Saw several streamers prior to you. Oh. Wait, we're still kind of far away from it. There's still a lot of yapping to go. There's something going on in the village. Yeah, I hear it too. I'm hearing people shouting and hollering. When we return to the village, ship repairs are completed. We were welcomed by a rather hostile standoff. A quick count— wait, is it the Inquisitors? Told me there were approximately 20 people assembled at the village square. Considering its population, that was pretty much the whole village. Who's that over there? Inquisitor. I think we've been found. The Inquisitor, dressed in a well-kept uniform, was about the same height as Don Quixote. The sword and lamp hanging from her waist sits in a stark contrast with a more run-down, ramshackle village. She almost looked like a fixer from the city. So, the Inquisition has discovered our village. Did you really think that you could forever stay out of the Inquisition's gaze, citizen? That's a naive dream. Fabius disappeared from the Inquisition mid-interrogation under charges of suspicion of membership within the Church of the Deep. Last known location, Salt Flat. The other Inquisitors have informed me that you have been identified next to pirates in its fringes. You can also claim lunacy in normal mode, both normal and hard, different categories. Ah, yes, right. Thank you, thank you. Thing now clearing hard mode, clears easy mode too, gives you double roll. W change! I think that's definitely a good change. What a dramatic evolution of your career. But it ends here now. Every citizen here, including you, will be accompanying me to the Inquisition. They have never broken a single law, nor are they outlaws of any kind. They are not like me. They've disregarded the Inquisition's authority, evaded gaze of Liberia, and found this sodden coast to lurk in. Tell me I'm not supposed to find that suspicious. What are you talking about? You can't just start arresting people left, right, with a tenuous suspicion like that. You shouldn't. We only wish to live a quiet life, ma'am. Is that so? Then you might find yourself returning to this village one day, as long as you're telling the truth. Which is not an option for you, Fabius. Mayors, was Chief really a pirate? Well, yeah, but as far as I know, he's been out of the game for a while. Even when he ran with pirates, all he ever did was share fin beast jerkies to villages, or carry Agarians between them. Only bonus lunacy for X clears? Oh, so you still have to run into normal to do X clear, is it? Even if you're telling the truth, Mayors, I doubt the Inquisition will be lenient. Well, what now? I have but one question to ask. That Inquisitor, is she following the proper legal procedures? I don't know much about the laws of Liberia, but Dr. Calcit told us the words of Inquisitors are pretty much the law here. It is likely that she is following the proper legal procedures. The quote-unquote procedures are precisely what the villagers have fled from after all. Then it is decided. Otis quietly dragged me to the side and whispered outside Mayer's earshot. The sinners who were right next to me seemed to have picked it up, though. Executive Manager, we best immediately return to the ship, take command of it, and sail out on our own. It is unwise to involve ourselves in this conflict. What? Are you seriously suggesting that we just let them arrest the villagers? Didn't you hear that the Inquisitors said? It seemed cut and dry to me. If this is just a standard procedure with no local laws broken, we are in no place to involve ourselves. Our best hope is to take the ship before they impound that too. By the way, you can add me if you want a little help for more points. I thankfully have... Oh wait, if you have Ishmael on your friend list, I'll gladly take that. I do not have the Ishmael, whatchamacallit? Ego, yes. I should have been doing that all along. Damn it. But we can't do that, even if it's standard procedure, even if they're working within the law. It's not you. It's not... You stayed up to hear Mayer's story too, didn't you? You know, the N-Corp Inquisitors were working within the law too. When they came for the village, that was standard procedure too. If anyone stepped in then. I know what you went through. But I'd rather not take the risk in an unfamiliar environment like this. I'll try my best to figure out how to sail that ship. If I cannot, then I have faith in Ishmael to quickly learn its controls. Can't say you're wrong, but I don't know. Neither you nor I know anything about the ocean currents here, Otis. We can get the ship going, but I can't guarantee it will reach the dimension door without any trouble. Do you know anything about the sea's currents in the region? Not much, but I know the coastal seas somewhat. And you can't fight the Inquisitors directly here in Liberia. Fleeing with the ship might be the better option. What should we do, Danteh? Yeah, I guess it's kind of awkward for us to just take the ship and go, huh? How about we try and talk to the Inquisitor then? I think we should at least try to hear them out first. Them being the Inquisitor and the Chief both. If discussions go well, we might even be able to get the Inquisition's support. Like Mr. Honglu said, we should hear them out first, then try and convince them. Wait, I need to grab your ID though, Nima. RR? Rabbit's right. She says, you certain the translation was accurate, Sinclair? Right, there's no way Ryushu would choose anything other than violence, right? Idiots, it's because the other options are pointless. Inquisitor's seen us. We're already under suspicion. She will doubtless try to stop us if we flee now. So, talk first, lower her guard, then attack. I agree with Ryushu! I mean, it's not wrong, I suppose. Oh my god. Pretty sure that's not what Amiya meant. Well, if she's already onto us, then we shouldn't give her any excuse to attack us by running away. I was wondering what you were doing here lurking in the background. A clock-shaped head. Are you from the Colombian Union? They're wearing a clock for a head due to reasons, but they have nothing to do with the Colombian Union. What's the Colombian Union? TikTok? What? Which language are they speaking? Regardless of whether you're from Colombia or not, you're clearly not from Liberia, let alone this village. You're not wrong, but I think there's been a bit of a misunderstanding. I'm quite certain you don't know enough about these villagers to stand between them and an Inquisitor. How long have you been staying here? 2 days? What, you don't just tell her that! 2 days? Alright, another chicanery. Get out of my way, outsider. The attempt appears to have been made on quite the unstable ground. Please lend us your ear for a minute, Inquisitor. I'm Amiya, leader of Rhodes Islands. Yes, I'm aware of Liberia's closed borders situation. I felt hope swelling within me as Amiya began with confidence, unlike Sinclair. Alas, it was short-lived. Thanks to the Inquisitor's quick effort, I couldn't help but place my palm against my forehead at that exchange that followed. Oh, so not only are you dealing with outsiders of dubious origin, we have illegal entry as well. It's over, Amir, no! He's not ready for revelation, you won't expect a thing. That's, we had to, because issue demands urgency, and we've been brazenly crossed the border, didn't you? I don't know how urgent the issue could be, but I doubt it's anything more significant than the situation at hand for Liberia and its Inquisition. High Inquisitor is handling Rhodes Island's issue. Stay put and await consequences, while he and the chatty med doctor of yours talk it out. Do know that your treatment may depend on her negotiation skills. As for the village chief, I understand you have the right to arrest him, as he is a fugitive who has fled in the middle of interrogation, and he is sailing with the pirates. However, it is inhumane treatment to arrest the rest of the villagers as well. Inhumane? This decision is well within the rights bestowed upon the Inquisition. They've lived for years right next to that highly suspicious Ager. The Inquisition must investigate the rest of them as well to verify whether they have committed any acts of treason against our laws. Jesus! This isn't going anywhere, is it? Listen, they've been surviving for years upon years by the coast without protection of the Inquisition, and that simply cannot make sense. Oi, I think I heard enough from you. Ain't it funny how you're blaming them for what is essentially a failure of your responsibilities? And now you roll up here only to go, they shouldn't be alive, I'm arresting them all. What are you saying? These people should all be dead or something? I am. There's no other way to cut it. People simply shouldn't be able to survive in a place like this. Not for this long. The Inquisitor's reply only seemed to fan Heathcliff's wrath, as he lifted his bat and began striding forward. That's it. Lass, if you ever so much as touch the tip of a single villager's hair. Please calm yourself, Heathcliff. But Honglu stepped in between them. Get your bloody hands off of me. I've had enough of her. Continuing to threaten her will cause something irreparably bad to happen. I believe you know that yourself, Heathcliff. What do you suggest then? I'm clearly not making any progress by trying to talk this out. Excuse me, Miss Inquisitor? What do you mean by people shouldn't be able to survive in a place like this? I mean it literally. Even by some miracle they actually do survive. They should at least be suffering from endless hunger, struggling to their wits' end at the inevitability of calamity. But they look too healthy. The heck? Then shouldn't you be applauding them for managing to survive so much hardship? I'm an Inquisitor. I'm not some crazy person on Power High who goes around accosting and arresting civilians of Liberia straight to the gallows, okay? You've just accurately described what it appears you are. I have more than enough probable cause to take them in for interrogation. It's just that I don't have the time or energy to explain every single one of them to you outsiders. I promise them a fair judgment, whichever way that may be, after a proper investigation. So stop it with the obstruction of justice. The Inquisitor brandished her rapier, threateningly, her voice shaking with frustration. Danteh, without the full picture of the circumstances, Faust advises against further antagonization of the local political authority. I agree with Faust. I get the feeling that she isn't the kind of heartless Inquisitor that goes around indiscriminately executing innocents, like Miss Mayers told us about earlier. I don't think she's anything like the Inquisitors of Encorp we saw back at Cal. Danteh, it's a portal to another game world, Danteh. Yes, and now you have to spend all your lunacy and get the new collaboration egos, Danteh. Have you saved enough for 600 pulls, Danteh? They were right. We didn't have the full picture of the circumstances. Getting in the way of an Inquisitor who was clearly a rather significant political entity in the area was most likely a bad idea. But how are you doing, hearts? Don't you find it strange as well how they did survive for so long? Fishing out there is rather I suppose there's like truth in that. Like they could surviving years on end on dried fish? It isn't the Inquisitor's job to answer your questions. Continue to obstruct me then. As the standoff was showing no signs of ending. Miss Mayers? I can answer your questions. So for now, let's do as the Inquisitor says. Mayors who had been hiding behind us ever since we returned to the village suddenly stepped forward. Yet? What of grandfather and the villagers? It's alright. I'm sure this is happening only because the Inquisitor doesn't know. What do you mean you'll answer the questions? About the profound silence. Mayer's response to Otis was but a single concept. I didn't quite grasp its significance, but it seemed to surprise the Inquisitor. That's what they called the calamity that destroyed Liberia. Huh? The Inquisitor? Wouldn't they be most familiar with said subject? Wait, actually. Oh, even the X-Clears. Okay. Interesting. Ah, yes, let me add you, Nima, real quick. I'll yoink that, Ishmael ego real quick. For profit. Profit. Profits. I shall obtain profits. Okay. I sent it. Excuse me. Wait, can I actually check on what people have for, like, their company? Or no, actually. I'm kind of curious. Like, let's say if I were to grab a person. Oh, I can check their company only after I've added them, is it? Okay. Yeah, people do one of each like me usually, huh? Have people equipped their funny egos? Yeah, people have. Huh. It is day 2, so I'd suspect a lot of the more up-to-date players have already acquired Ishmael. Recharge. Okay, let's enter. We'll grab a support. Ishmael. Oh my, none of them have it. Bygone days. What is the thing called, actually? What is the ego called? Title Eulogy Ishmael. Okay. Let me look for family hierarchy Ishmael. Oh! Yeah, you can see it. Okay, I see. Wow, people already got it up tie 4. That's crazy. 40%. Oh, I didn't. I did a dum-dum. I didn't equip it when I changed my team. No. I didn't get my bonuses. It's over. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. It's only 4, right? Let me double check. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. I changed my team, but I didn't change other stuff. Very unfortunate. Got my polls and all the event stuff already, but I'm impatient. I see. Wait, so you haven't gotten everything yet? Decades ago, a great wave ravaged through Liberia. It wasn't long ago before the Seaborns carried by the waves diminished Liberia's brilliant civilization to this. Waves? The profound silence? Then must have reduced the village to its current state as well. Is there a reason it's called the profound silence? It doesn't seem to be the most appropriate monkier for a calamity like that. It's because the sea went dead silent before the waves came. The silence then claimed ships out at sea, then cities of Liberia, then the Liberians. No one could say a word in the face of ineffable calamity. How many polls did you get to get everything? Got it all 370 pulls later, Jesus. Had to remortgage my house. No! No, it's back on mortgage. It can't be. Actually, I think mine is like 250 around. 250 plus? 270-ish? Something like that. What? Just what are you? No average Liberian citizen should be privy to any of the information you're sharing. And the Church of the Deep is really capitalizing on the pandemonium that followed the profound silence. They pretend to be Aegir from the sea, delude the citizenry of Liberia, and are sowing chaos in her lands. That's why they're arresting Aegir left and right. I can see the thought process, but so it's understandable why Inquisitor would want to arrest us. Danteh? This isn't good. Sharing that seems to have been some kind of taboo-like thing for the Inquisition. The Inquisitor wordlessly stared at Mayers. Her eyes were filled with traces of anger and confusion, but she's afraid. There was fear in the face of a threat. Not the fear of the terrified, no. It's the fear of someone who's suddenly confronted with something they must destroy. High Inquisitor once told me, should I come across an Aegir who knows too much, there is a sliver of a chance they may be of assistance to Liberia. Cease! Thou art threatening this innocent with thy brandishing of the firearm. But most are seduced by the lure of the sea. Thus they are, with little doubt, our foes. I've got a bad feeling about this. Get out of my way, outsider. Final warning. Run! Quick on the uptake as always, Rodia slung Mayers over her shoulder and runs past the villagers, whilst the sinners scattered in all directions to distract the Inquisitor. The Inquisitor draws her firearm, and in the midst of all that action, Don Quixote rushed toward the Inquisitor without a moment's hesitation. Don Quixote? Thou shalt go no further. A fixer of justice shan't abide by as thou persecute them. Forsooth, 'tis a battle delayed, not avoided. This clash is inevitable. In that moment of crisis, seconds before this could irrevocably make us a new enemy. Honestly, should I just pronounce that as monster? I've never actually known how to pronounce that. Calcit's summon. Oh, Dawn meet Dawn. Wait, Calcit's voice actor is Dawn as well? No shot, right? A large obsidian crystallization in the shape of a monster burst forth between the two of them. I mean, no. Wait, does Calcit have another name of Dawn? To my unawares? Yeah, who is it this time? That's enough meaningless bickering. Calcit! Do you know her? She's Dr. Calcit, Rhodes Island's medical department's, Dr. Calcit's behind you. Shoot first, talk later, is it? The negotiations are over. From this moment onwards, Rhodes Islands is now operating within legal capacity on Liberian territory under the Inquisition's authorization. The Inquisitor fired a blast of that firearm-looking weapon, but the monster summoned by Calcit managed to deflect it. And the cannonball thrown from the weapon punched clean through the wall of the building we stayed in the night before punching through several other buildings behind it. That was enough to instantly freeze the sinners and the villagers on the spot. Penetrated a building. But you'll know why I say Dawn meet Dawn. Interesting. Though their walls may be weaker than the head standard for what counts as a building's exterior wall, to punch through so many is... what precise point it makes. Now is not the time to stand around impressed. It's a violation of a taboo to have that much penetrative power in a firearm. We're not in the city. Don't lose your heads over this. Taboos don't apply here. My head knows that to be true, yet my heart finds it difficult to be still. That is enough discussion for now. It is advisable that we carefully observe and grasp the situation at hand instead of deliberating on a taboo the jurisdiction of which does not reach this far. Yeah, so the situation's gotten slightly better, right? If she's Amiya's friend, she's our ally. Besides, she's got some super powerful looking prosthetic gear looking thing too. Is that what you think? I apologize for the disappointment, but I am not on anyone's side. In other words, your particular denomination, ally, might not be entirely correct. However, I must define my allegiance, then let me inform you that the closest label would be that I am Inquisitor Irene's ally. Nani? Dr. Calcit? Amiya? Outsiders? As much as you would like to deny it, the Inquisitor's suspicions are true. While it can be said that the process by which she reached that conclusion was unfair, the conclusion itself, without doubt, is correct. They are actually connected to the Church of the Deep? That is one way to put it. To be more precise, they aren't connected to the Church of the Deep. They are the Church of the Deep. Perhaps the village itself is a dilapidated church of their congregation. Our village? A church? Just look at our buildings! Where could we even congregate? Your thoughts, Faust? There are not many resources by which we may analyze the decision. Hello, Ray Seeks? Ray Seeks? Is that how I pronounce your name? How are you doing? We are currently in the midst of being Spanish Inquisitioned. However, the fact that Amiya's colleague has made the same argument as the Inquisitor brings the accused defense into question. Yet I can hardly believe young Mayers is lying to us. Hold on, you've been chatting plenty with that Inquisition or whatever. How do we know you weren't aligned with them the whole time? I see, you really are all entirely in the dark. Except an expected outcome given that all of you may be from a place far beyond the dimensional door. Okay, bye. Nani? Okay, bye, I guess. Oh, it's kind of random. As fortune should have it, there is no need for you to know it anyway. Truth is truth unchanging, without the acceptance from an errant group of outsiders. Besides, soon... I'm sorry, it seems that we've mired you in this trouble. Say no such thing. We shall not abide by one such injustice as perpetrated before our eyes. The village has already been identified by the Inquisition, and the Inquisition has brought an ally. It seems unlikely that words shall resolve this conflict. But we promise you, we take responsibility for what is done. We have benefited far too much from your worth and kindness not to do so. The village chief with a benevolent look pulls a dagger from his claw, and immediately knew what Calcit was about to say. Take responsibility? You don't have to go that... Blimey! We are now departing for the sea, yet, as we cannot bring ourselves to leave you here, I must ask you join us for this journey, become our bloodkin. What are you doing? Stop! The unanticipated, or perhaps... I was simply in denial of the rising dread. Ambush did not end there. Oh my god! Damn it, the Inquisitor was right! The villagers suddenly began shanking the sinners with weapons they had concealed in their clothes, and it seemed they were coming for me as well. Amiya, on your left! Amiya materialized a black ribbon-like apparition, parrying away the dagger flying in my direction. Excuse me. But another villager rushed in, taking advantage of the opening. The charging villager's back made a visceral, crunchy noise. Someone flung them away. Didn't mean to be this late. Scotty, let me catch you up to speed. I knew the situation. This fishy smell was what I was went to investigate earlier. What? What about the sinners? Unlike Amiya and I, who managed to survive the initial ambush, the sinners weren't doing so well. At least we had a silver lining that the Inquisitor and Calcit's quick understanding of the situation and the subsequent retaliation led the villagers away from the sinners. How? I didn't notice any hostility or aggression. What an odd thing to say. Why would we hold any animosity against you? Why would we intend to kill you? We are not trying to hurt you, we're simply trying to give you a form better suited for the sea. Until we were obstructed. I apologized for our unfamiliarity. Has caused you trouble, Inquisitor. I won't make a big stink about what happened. What's truly unforgivable is that the heretics tried to take advantage of the ignorance of outsiders to flee the Inquisition. And even if you're outsiders, any lives lost on Iberian soil are my responsibility. It's my fault. I'm sorry it came to this. Wait, lives lost? We're still alive, you know? We can shake off a stab wound like that. This is most unfortunate, outsider. Huh? What? Your friends are either going to die or turn into seaborns. The daggers that stab them are laced with the flesh of sea terrors. Once that happens, most die, and survivors become overwritten by their cells, becoming nothing more than another sea monster. But what? That's not a very big deal. Everyone was acting like it was this was it for the sinners, but they don't know. They don't know. They don't know about the funny Danteh powers. Hey, I should be able to deal with this by turning the clock. It's not that bad. My only concern was that I didn't know what would happen if I tried to bring them back after they're fully transformed into seaborns. The Golden Bow helped deal with the whale's pilification effects, but I had no idea how it would interact with the seaborn's transformations. We should just kill them now before they turn. I know must be very hard for you, but what? Sorry to bother you with this, but can you kill my friends? Preferably in the least painful way you know. You know? Oh, sorry, was the last part too much to ask? Wait, don't give up already. If we can bring them back to Rhodes Islands, we should be able to do something to help. How should I explain this? Guys, can you... Danteh, I know what you mean, but I just can't right now. My strength has rapidly deteriorated since the ambush. It's kind of tingling. Maybe they use some kind of paralytic cocktail? Just trust me this one time. I can assure you that I'm not just giving up on them. But, Amiya, can you understand the outsider's speech? Yes? It's just that they're making a pretty difficult request. They want me to kill all of their friends before they transform into seaborns. Okay. Scotty. And before we even knew it, Scotty already decapitated the sinners, none of whom resisted. Amiya seemed to have been taken aback by how fast Scotty jumped into action. What are you doing? Scotty? Don't let that spook you. This is how we roll. The clock turns. The decapitated heads creep toward the headless torsos, connecting with the threads of blood. The sensation is that of reversal. It feels as though the sinners and I are severed from the rest of the world, rewinding in isolation. Is this rewinding us going back in time? Or are we defying the concept itself? This pain is multifold worse than the sensation of straightforward decapitation. The pain is in the heart. As the current of death reverses, I sense a deep, crushing isolation. Their wounds are disappearing. Resurrection? Metempsychosis or time reversal? Puzzling. I have no knowledge with which to interpret this technology. The cost seemed to be that pain is transferred to the one who rewinds. But that seems too small a price for such great power, though the discussion of whether this can be categorized as power should be explored later. Why care about Sinner? They revive Danteh there. Danteh got many respect. I'll play to Kenta 8. Many give up. Restart, including mirror dungeons. What happened to Danteh? Healthy? Out of 152 pulls, I only got 2 3-star IDs. Oh god. You went through your extraction history, huh? That doesn't sound too good. I couldn't stop shaking. All of my limbs were trembling from the icy solitude. Still, I took a moment to collect myself and ordered the sinners. I don't know just what they were thinking, but we should be able to find out once we take them down. You dare deceive the executive manager and try to take their life? Prepare thyself, for thou shalt pay the price for making a mockery of justice. Yeah, we can't just let this slide, you know. How unfortunate. I had high hopes that all of you would become fine bloodkins. Oops, Dawn found a villain. Yes. Unexpected villain arc turn. Swift cultists of the deep. 3 SP for every surviving ally. Turn start. Turn end if units do not take damage, gain 2 haste next turn if units faster than attack targets, deal 5% damage for every 1 speed difference, max 50% on hits, unopposed attack, inflict 1 nervous impairment. Oh, okay. Huh. Sinking bind, paralyze, nervous impairment. What about the leader? Ugh, what is this? Call of the Blood Kit. Low morale effect. Turn end, consume 3% of HP to apply attack power fragile onto allies. Turn end, consume 5% HP, apply gain 1 fragile, apply 1 attack. Okay. Passes. Sea Terror and Assimilation. Oh. Offensive level down. 1 defense level down per stack. If an allied sinner has 5 stacks on this effect, it escapes battlefield. When allied sinner has defense skill equipped while it has this effect, they escape battlefield at combat start. Huh? On hit, unopposed attack. Okay. Doesn't seem like anything too funny. Quote unquote. What win rate? Yes, the win rate button shall win. That's why it's called win rate. I wonder if Danteh... Oh wait, Danteh doesn't have a mouth. I was gonna say, I wonder if Danteh ever needs like a... painkillers on hand, you know, during combat and need to resurrect the sinners. I'd imagine you'd want like a stick or two of what is it, like painkillers, right? And given you have no head you cannot consume, therefore I see the only avenue is to inject. Let's do this. Who's this targeting? Oh, it's targeting Honglu, so it's fine. Let's do this thing. Danteh was trained after that one encounter in Kanto 5? Which one was Kanto 5 again? Medimir? Can you remind me real quick? 5. Okay, we had Gregor's first, then we had Sinclair's, then we had Yi Sang's? Coupon Smash! Okay, that brought back everything. Yup, I'd say that about doesn't. But from what I've heard, right, is the more the pain nerves are engaged, the more sensitive to pain you get, from what I've heard. So I don't know. Wait, did Otis do an unopposed attack just now because he came on the field? The more you live through pain, the more you learn to ignore it. Oh, he has tentacles coming out of his clothes. Ugh. That's not good. Wait, I thought if Honglu's gonna receive an unopposed attack, one of the Heisho would come do a counter, but that didn't happen, did it? That's kind of weird.
카론이 안전벨트 잘하라고 있잖아.
Okay, let's do that. This, mayhaps? Oh. How come? Oh, okay, the counter is going through. Huh? What is going on here? That was a clash loss? Ah, I didn't see. It's okay, Faust's got this. Honglu's HP is so low, he's built like the king in chess. It do be like that, huh? I low-key expected Honglu's ID to be negative sanity. ID, with how the lore of his story goes. Well, regarding that specific IDs, I suppose. Ah! Honglu, you had one job! Not like this. Potato moment. Honglu with that ego that revives and recovers 50%. Yeah, I suppose. You have to activate it like 3 times though, no? Because of how like you need 3 stacks before it really like it actually does the heal. Well, wait, I think they're heading to... He's running himself into a dead end. Are they seeking refuge at sea? Wait, that's where the ship is. Where they're headed. They're trying to board the vessel. Masses. Wait, but we never told them the ship was repaired, so how... Ain't it obvious the whole village is in on it? It ain't a surprise they'd send someone to spy on us. Or they know a way to get to the ship... Get the ship floating, even in its broken state. Vessel masses? Vessel rebellion. The ship that is moored at the port in that direction. Wait, that can't be. Irene, who is preoccupied with battling the rest of the followers of the Church of the Deep, who were in hiding, quickly gave chase. But Fabius and the villagers were already aboard the repaired ship, slowly departing the harbor with a horde of sea terrors between us and them. How can a vessel of that size become operational this fast? The exterior, the name, must have been reconstructed during the golden age of Liberia. But how are we supposed to chase that? What if we built a raft and rowed after them? Honglu, please! Honglu, just once the dragon ego gains stacks passively too. Wait, what? It does? Oh, I didn't know that. Dog, will I reach pity, or am I able to get it within the next 40 pulls? Probably gonna reach pity, I think. Egos are half as likely to appear as 3-star IDs, even when they're in featured, like, right up. So what? Yeah, I hope you get them before 40, but at the same time, it's a little bit unlikely. Mate, come on. Sea's full of sea terrors, it won't get very far before it sinks. Do you see something, Amiya? You keep looking in that direction. Oh. The vessel masses soon disappeared into the mist, and the village was left empty with nary a sign of people ever having been there, as though this getaway was all premeditated. Leaving only mayors. Interesting. So Mayers was the only innocent one? That's unsettling. Damn it. Can't we just take any ship to go after it? It's a research vessel. It can't possibly be very fast. This'll be difficult. Hello, laddie. Can't miss out on limiteds. It's an exclusivity that will never come back. Yeah, that was my mindset as well. I'm not gonna lie, I was ready to open my wallet. How are you doing, laddie? My grammar is pretty arse. I keep forgetting to add some words. I see. It'd be fine. Dying? Oh no, what happened? How come dying? Dying 'cause gotcha, perhaps? Or is it just very busy day? Just got home from work. Ah, I see. Ah, yes, that kind of dying. Usually I just want to lie in bed and fall asleep. Even if it's a research vessel, I'm sure it was constructed in the golden age of Liberia. No average ship can keep up with it. Which is a problem, because I doubt we have any ship that can travel at the same speed. We have only a few small vessels left, which are anchored too far from the location to be yet feasible options. Do we have any recourse? Not unless we can identify the exact location of the vessel. Which is the real problem. We can find ourselves a ship to go after them, yes, but most eyes of Liberia, the lighthouses, were lost during the profound silence. Wait, when you say most, do you mean there's some left? Just one, as far as I know. The one in Gran Faro, but that lighthouse cannot be used at this moment. There's another. There's a lighthouse you can use. Wait, why do we need to use the lighthouse for this? Nah, my gotcha luck was good. 110 pulls for all three. Oh, damn. You did well. By the way, Ego only needs stacks to do more damage. Honglu recovers 60% of HP by using it using the N part of it. So you still need to activate it twice, am I correct? Or does it, when Honglu gains a stack, you need to wait for it to get to 3 stacks, which is basically 3 turns before you use it. I was under the impression he would die before he reaches 3 stacks because of the Lord of Hong Yuan's passive. Because it takes, like, it does 20% of his health with each stack as damage to him, right? So you need to, like, heal the shit out of him, no? And then use it when it's at 3 stacks? Are you really going to give one of those villagers the benefit of the doubt? Yet, young Scotty hath already confirmed her to be safe. All I confirm is whether she's seaborn or not. Can't know if she's a cultist. 'Tis true, yet once we saw Mayers was left all on her own, we decided to have her accompany us at all times and keep her within Irene's eyeshot. We couldn't possibly blame her for what happened, given Sati's confirmation that she doesn't have anything to do with these sea monsters. Besides, they'd all left her behind. But Irene still seemed to harbor a bit of suspicion. The problem with Ager is that she simply knows too much. Where could she have possibly gained access to all that information? See? She can't even answer that question. But let's think about it this way. What if we were to ask her what we don't know? The location of that lighthouse, for example. They're ticking rapidly. What did they say? Danteh says that we could approach it differently and ask her what we don't know, like the location of the lighthouse. That seems like a reasonable suggestion to me. Or does the Inquisitor have an alternative solution to this conundrum? You know, I find it funny Danteh is taller than the Doctor. I mean, is the Doctor meant to be tall? But I was under the assumption Calcit and Amiya was rather short. Well, Amiya excluding her rabbit ears. No, but fine, let's hear it. I won't interrogate you about how you have access to things that even us Inquisitors don't know, at least not right now. Paro Muerto, Dead Lighthouse, that's our village name. Somewhere in a little ways off from the coastline, there's an intact Eye of Liberia on the sea, though it was almost destroyed when the profound silence swept through. Off the coastline? Isn't it connected to the land? I think it used to be, until it sank. We should be able to procure ourselves enough wooden material from the village to build a raft. Is it near enough for the raft to be the means of access? Weather's not great today, but it should do. It's not very far from the coast. Even you? You're gonna trust this Ager? I don't see why I shouldn't. I understand that Liberian mistrust of Ager is quite profound, yet such sentiment is hollow to the rest of us. Inquisitor Irene, what do you feel when you saw Rhodes Island's operator? If you're talking about the Countess, nothing in particular other than the slight annoyance that she was when she accused me of being inhumane. So, you didn't harbor any hostility nor disgust that you would have felt any sense of sympathy or empathy either. I thought, I have no history of feelings for or against the Ager. Such must be the same for the outsiders. What's she on about? She's conveying that in matters in regards to mayors, our opinions are more objective than Irene's. Finding that vessel Fabius commandeered will be of benefit to all. Limbus Company will gain an opportunity to return to the city via the dimensional door? Wait, what? Oh, okay, yes, that's referring to us. While Rhodes Islands will have a chance to study it at closer proximity. And the Inquisition will gain possession of the vessel in which technology from Iberian Golden Age is contained. What? You're going to just hand that over to the Inquisition? Why? Should we covet what is once Liberia's? While there certainly are aspects of that vessel that draw interest, I already have state-of-the-art masterpiece known as Mephistopheles. Okay, Faust. Okay, stop shilling for Mephi. Limbus? Okay. As long as that can be guaranteed, I see no reason to refuse. Irene eventually agreed to put her trust in mayors. We're in luck, Executive Manager. It is quite fortunate that our interest aligned exactly with that of the first strangers we encountered on a strange land. Lucky is right. Imagine if we were back in the city. Would have taken them like 3-4 free distortion hunts. 3-4 free distortion hunts for us to come to this agreement? Sorry about having to saddle you with this, Mayors. Please lead us to the lighthouse. Oh, happily. So when you said almost destroyed, how almost destroyed is it? I heard the light faded from the lighthouse a long time ago, but the shape still stands. At least it was when I saw it a few months ago. If the lighthouse is in an inoperable state, we're going to need an expert technician to get it back in working order. The technology is based on completely divorced from the popular application of originium technology, so I doubt there's anyone out there who can work on it anymore then. You needn't worry about that. Here we have an engineer and researcher who are geniuses even among those in the city, so we should be able to manage most mechanical failures. Today is just a revelation after revelation, huh? She's not catching a break. No breaks for her today. I can vouch for Limbus Company's skills. I can also work on simpler tasks. I've learned a thing or two helping out Gramps, stuff about Lighthouse or various tech stuff. Well, then we should head to the Lighthouse together? No, I'll be leaving the group for a moment. Amiya will accompany you instead. What? After all that, you're just gonna go off on your own? Yes, to join the Doctor. It is imperative for the successful execution of this mission. Of course, that hinges on Amiya and Scotty remaining behind here to assist the rest of you. Thus, I will leave it to the rest of you to take the Eye of Liberia, the lighthouse, back. Wait, what do you mean take the lighthouse back? Is there someone or something that it's taken over the lighthouse called the Eye of Liberia? Likely supposition. Amiya, what did the manager of Limbus Company say? They're asking if the lighthouse has been taken over by something. Not a bad intuition. Yes, there is a high likelihood that structure has already been overrun by sea terrors. I don't know about overrun, but I've encountered them a few times when we approached it too closely. Normally, this is hardly enough personnel to attempt a raid on a lighthouse, but... Answer me this, are there limitations on their revival? There are no restrictions as long as Danteh the manager survives. However, do note battle efficiency depreciates with prolonged battle due to mounting mental stress on the manager. No need to change the plan then. Amiya, use this communicator to alert me as soon as you're able to identify the coordinates of the vessel from the lighthouse. If luck would have it, we should be able to reduce the time it takes to complete the retrieval mission. Okay, as long as you're not taking everyone with you. If it's just her who's leaving, then go on ahead. I think we should be fine too. Then let us commence the mission vessel retrieval. Righto! Step 1 of the plans. The raft, right? Let's get on with it. It's done, let's go. What? Huh? What? Why are you looking at us like that? Is there something bothering you? Must you ask? Just take a look at how proactive and quick she is to jump into action. Certainly lives up to the image of the employee working for a large corporation. Thanks, Otis. For that charitable view, I guess. Thanks to Scotty, who had already finished the first step of the plan, we were able to move on to the step 2 immediately. While we were chatting away, Scotty was making a raft. Crazy. She is the Ishmael of the group, I suppose. Already making the raft. Right, we need to pick a support that has 40% boost. Yes, give me the 40%. 40, 40, 40. Yep. I suppose my complaint about a Heisho team is their ego affinities are very badly spread. There's too much green. There's like one red. It's impossible to activate any ego that requires red. After a while of carefully sailing along on Scotty's raft along the coastal cliffs, a gargantuan shrouded lighthouse emerged from the thick mist. Eye of Liberia. Even in its dilapidated, ruined state, touches that are once monumental and sensitive are apparent on the exterior construction of the lighthouse. Some even called the lighthouses the guardians of Liberia. It retains the grandeur of the era, as it was built during its golden age. You really know everything, don't you? It is as she said, but now these lighthouses are nothing but graveyards of countless inquisitors and soldiers of the penal battalion. No one who's attempted to retrieve a lighthouse has ever survived the expedition. Can you please not say scary stuff like that, Miss Irene? We are literally about to walk into one. Don't you ever quit chirping? What are you, a foul beast? Stop your yapping in my ear. Why is this one such a coward unlike the rest of you outsiders? Sinclair being called out. I'm not a coward, I'm just voicing my... She did just say some pretty concerning stuff. How long do you think the repairs will take? Its exterior is rather heavily damaged. However, from what is visible from the outside, its interior is still quite intact. With Miss Faust's expertise, it shouldn't take very long. Yisang suggested with a smile, but Faust maintained her silence for the entire journey to the lighthouse. Then said something pretty concerning in response. Of course, my wit remains unmarred even in such uncertainties. The currents are pretty wild. Someone's going to have to stay behind to keep an eye on the raft. We can't just leave it here unattended, but I don't know if we can carry it either. I'll stay here to protect the ship. You sure you can handle this alone? I know you're pretty strong, but maybe one or two more people should stay behind just in case. Nope, don't need them. Sea terrors will swarm the islet if I go with you anyway. So this has nothing to do with you. So what she's trying to say is that she's worried about you not having enough people to take on the lighthouse when she can handle this area alone, which is why she's okay with staying behind alone. Thanks for explaining. Some people just can't help but hop through an extra hoop, I guess. Well, then, let's trust her. We'll be back, Scotty. Luckily, she didn't run into any sea terrors on her way to the lighthouse gates. The problem was the gates were bound shut by strange blue tissues. Reminds me of L Corp branch back at U Corp, though that one was white. I don't think I can do anything to force it open myself, so guys, can you pry this door open? Oi, move over. I'll pull from the right side, you grab the left end. We'll pull together at 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Huh? Something's off here. What are you doing? Door is firmly secured in place. This flesh tissue regenerates almost as soon as it's torn. Perhaps you need to tap into a wider form of art to get this opened. Well, what now? Strange flesh tissue growing on the gates is sea tumor, and it reacts to the lamp, but it's grown too much to be affected by it in any meaningful capacity. Scotty might be able to open this door with her incredible strength, but should I go fetch her? But I think she's already fighting off the sea terrors from sinking the raft. So, we're all on our own. Maybe there's an identity card or ego I could use to get through this. So which one? Huh? Just as I was pondering a familiar question, a faint black glow came into view, then devoured my sight. It's no intuition or inspiration. It's different from those sudden flashes of realization. And it's not the star of that day that I think of from time to time. It's not the horrible door that I see every time I turn the clock either. The formless and black space in which I am not permitted to see, a faint noise, a whisper cuts through it. And through that opening I see light. I reach out to the opening and see Scotty, born from a very, very warm gaze. Scotty? Powerful imagery crashes onto the waves. Wait, did I read that wrong? Crashes onto me like the waves. Okay. Scotty, the staggering dancer wielding a blade. Scotty, who flaunts her flowing locks. And Scotty, the singer humming in a low voice. Beyond the fringes of cognition, Scotty's existence has become engraved. The sinner who can wrestle and control this oceanic tidal power is... Danteh, are you alright? I'm good. And I don't think we'll need to send for Scotty. Huh? What? Hey, Ishmael. I've never used this ego before, but I need you to trust me and accept it. What? An ego? I nod quietly. Well, it's not like we ever get to have practice run with those ego. Whatever it is, it seemed to me our manager found a solution. Her confusion is short-lived. She lets out a carefree laughter before stepping forward, boldly twirling her mace once. I mean, what's the worst that can happen? Get corroded? Wait, that's actually a really cute outfit. Cracks on the lighthouse are growing. I think she destroyed the door instead of opening it. Absolutely adorable. Yeah, it's so cute. Sorry, I didn't think it'd be this strong. Well, the door's open. What are we waiting for? No, I mean, what was that part? Just what was that? The part where you... Wait, the part where I suddenly change into a different outfit and equip a different personality? Yeah, that. That is... This is most fascinating, that an ego could be drawn here in lieu of the mirror of Mephistopheles. I think I connected to Amiya's subconscious mind. It was this strange, unfamiliar light, and I saw Mia's emotions attached to her memories and experiences, so I just reached out to them. My subconscious mind? I just had this feeling that it would work. Sorry about peering in without asking first. But I didn't see anything other than things about Scotty. All I needed were memories and emotions that can be used to understand the being that is Scotty. It's okay. I also have experience with gaining power from others' memories and emotions to overcome difficult situations. Maybe that's how you were able to draw something from me as well, Danteh. That's the most appropriate assumption, especially in a situation in which delving into its principles is impossible. So that's called an ego? Oh my god! She's actually just Dawn of Arknights. It's crazy. Verily, of course, Limbus Company's ego is quite distinguished from other kind of ego which are bloomed from within oneself. That is enough. No further information is to be divulged to outsiders. Yet it matters not whether young mayors or young Amia learn of this. I agree with that fool this time. The Inquisitor used an artillery projectile that penetrates the outside wall, several of them in fact. Of a building, and the head did not pursue her following the breach of taboo. This is clearly not the city. Ain't it better to let her talk her heart out than hear her moan and whine about not being able to say anything? I am convinced. Do as you wish then. Faust just caved. Faust's reply sounded almost sulking, but Don Quixote immediately began to expound upon ego to Irene and Mayors anyways. But everyone was too busy to pay attention to her, as the wet slithering noise from a distance had put everyone on edge. Can we do that later? We got some cleaning up to do. So, there were more sea terrors past the door. I think any sea terrors from this area are all converging around Scotty, which means our only roadblocks are sea terrors still lingering around the lighthouse. Let's go and take this lighthouse back. What does the lighthouses do, and why are we trying to take over it? What significance does it provide? Oh, a new one. Nether Sea Founder. On Death Generate. Oh. So ideally, we don't kill this one until it's... we kill that one last, I suppose. Oh my god, Hong Lu, the head. It's not head of Hong Yen, it's head of tail coin rolls. You're kidding me! Both of those were tails too. My lord. That's not 50%. Wait, so the Wu branch is just... What do you call it? Centaurs? It seems like Yi Sang can switch between bipedal and quadrupedal form? Does that mean, like, the transformation happens? Like, would it be painful? I don't think they mentioned anything along those lines during, the story, Uncap story? Yeah. Okay. The last boss isn't just the Gramps in deep sea form, is it? I wonder. What is her third skill, actually? Light blue. Let's do this. Let's do this into a Scarred. This, I guess? Okay. I think that covers everything. Ah, so it does it at the start of next turn. After the new ID comes in, they do an unopposed attack. Skill 3. Okay, okay.
무상은 없음. 불끈한 지원했군.
46 damage, that's actually kind of sad. Wait, are they resistant to slash or something? No, it's fatal.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데. 물러나라. 네 목숨은 아직 따로 쓸 곳이 있다. 적을 물어.
Wait, what are they weak to actually? Body. Weak to slash? Weak to pierce? Huh. What? Combat ready state. After taking damage, unit has begun to use its attack skills. While in combat ready state, inflicts through. Turn start. Inflicts. Oh, wow, okay. That sounds annoying. Let's do this. Let's get Ishmael's retreat. Swear this battle felt tedious. I'm not gonna lie, I am feeling that this event would be very chill to run Blood Fiends in, because they just endlessly regenerate. And the longer the battle lasts, the easier it is for them. Maybe that would have been the angle. Ooh, that's not good. At least we get rid of debuffs when they retreat. What is this? Hand of the Saint. Fixed step 1 spawns in an inactive state in battle that... When Seabrand appears on battlefield, this unit becomes active and damageable. When this unit drops to 1 HP from damage, trigger Hand of the Saint. Remove all from the battlefield when this effect triggers. Becomes inactive for the next turn. This unit takes damage only from skills mainly targeting this unit, and it takes no other damage? Oh, so we actually have to send someone to damage this. Okay. In that case, let's do this. Damn, okay. Oh, let's get Faust to deal with this then. Yeah, we'll be fine. Oh, thinking back on it, I should have probably got Honglu to guard again, so we just spam retreat. Damage. That's a lot of damage. It has 400 HP, that's actually quite a bit. It didn't even get staggered either. How many are you? How many of there are you? 25, okay. Let's do this, anything else? Nah, everything else is in order. By the way, the weird thing that develops on ground specifically buffs enemies, it upgrades their skills. Ah, yes. That's why we need to hit the hatch every, like, other turn, right? From what I'm aware. At least from what I've read. Unless I misunderstood it at some point, then I'm gonna get cooked. Ah, yes, getting cooked in Limbus. Essentially meaning getting recorded at this point.
물러나라. 네 목숨은 아직 따로 쓸 곳이 있다.
우와,
적을 물어뜯고
다른
너의
독감자.
쓸모를 보여라.
Huh. Let's do this manually, actually. If we're gonna do this. You slap the lid. Oh. What? Oh. It's not actually okay. Slap this, do this, do this. Do this. Wait, Faust retreated? Damn, okay. Do this, that way these two go first. We'll probably die before the other has activates, so. Oh my god! I see. So having Family Hierarch Ishmael come back on the battlefield empowers her. What comes to mind when you hear impregnable? Is it a literal definition or something else entirely?
저 해충들을 도려내라.
I don't know. I suppose not too much comes to mind.
네 목숨은 아직
I just
따로
picture a
쓸
wall, I suppose.
너의 쓸모를 보여라.
Yeah, I'd say a wall. Wall sums it up nicely. Faust, come back!
시간 끌 것 없이
이 거리는 충분해. 너한테 지금 알겠지만.
What comes to mind for you?
이 정도 탐내한 말. 저 바람 불어오내라. 짓밟아라.
The stacks are kinda building up.
다른
너의
독감자.
쓸모를 보여라.
Oh, Faust came back? Wait, did Faust have the stacks when she came back? Ah, she doesn't, I see.
날개를 펼치고 발톱을 걸어.
That's kind of crazy then, huh? If you think about it. You can just cycle away debuffs and then just get infinite healing, essentially, by having Honglu just
모험하고
constantly,
가득
cycle the Heisho pack IDs back and forth. Very crazy.
오늘 부끄럽지 않았습니다. 의를 바로 세우는 데 일조하였으니
2/3 of the way through, damn.
더 떳떳이 살아갈 수 있겠군요.
이 경로는
A brief moment of silence? Yeah, I had to like think about that for a minute.
뭔가 기분
Nothing, it was like I was
좋은
drawing a
일이
blank
있었던
for a
거야?
bit.
이상하나. 그럼에도 이상이.
Oh shit.
내가 왔어.
I see it gets kind of real.
내가 아시의 이상을 함께 줬다. 이상이요.
Okay, okay. Mayhap something like this.
일기당시비수에게 명한다. 이 앞에 숨쉬는 자 누구 하나 살려보내지 마라.
대성공이야. 칼은 신나.
다음은
노래 부를까?
아직 죽지 마.
Anything you guys are looking forward to? In Limbus or otherwise? Is PM currently doing anything outside of Limbus? Like, any ongoing projects outside of Limbus?
숨기기 딱콩 한 번 먹였어.
To my understanding, they're not. Right? Are they?
우와, 카론도 깜짝.
Do this. Ah, what is going on?
날개를 펼치고 발톱을 걸어. 고작 이말 저 해충들을 도려내라.
Okay. I should probably leave one unit
무얼 잘못했는지 아는 것부터.
with an unopposed, like, taking an unopposed attack so I can use Faust's assisted defense liberally. Ishmael, you can't be doing this, right? Okay. Was gonna say.
물러나라. 네 목숨은 아직 따로 쓸 곳이 있다.
우와,
적을 물어뜯고
카론도
너의
깜짝.
쓸모를 보여라.
Yeah, everything's in order.
시간 끌 것 없이
이 거리는 충분해. 너한테 멀겠지만. 방금 건 아무 쓸모도 없었어. 바보.
Huh. Low key, I might take the Blood Fiends into these stages off stream and see how they do. Because last I tried, they didn't do so hard with the latest content. During the intervallo farming stages. Like Spring Cultivation, when I tried to bring them in, they did absolutely horribly.
우와, 카론도
너의
깜짝.
쓸모를 보여라.
Okay. $25? Okay. $13. What if we do something like this?
모조리 지워버리죠.
Okay. Hey, finally a head coin. W.
저
That
해충들을
took you
도려내라.
forever. Oh, Lou. Ah.
뭐야?
Oh, yeah, that's kind of sad. It literally one-shot somebody with like 10 HP.
이건 예상 못했는데 깔끔하게 물었군.
Huh? And we'll have Ishmael retreat this turn, right?
불필요한 변심은 사용하죠. 저는 조용한 게 좋아서.
Max 6. Number of turns this unit spent active on the encounter expires on retreat. Game will stack up turn in. Substitute return to field game ready. As the very first skill use in order, use Crimson Strike Launcher against a random target. Okay. Max stacks 3 number spent in retreat or as backup unit. Okay.
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리
Ah, right. I
지워버리죠.
meant to get her to dodge. Oh well. This does kind of remind me of the battle against the mermaids. There's just a swarm of them.
목을 떨궈 주마.
They just keep coming.
경로의 허덕이나.
I suppose it's not as bad as Nocturnal Sweeping though. That one they literally kept coming.
불끈한 지원을
혈압도 바로.
Oh. Oh. I definitely should have hit that lid.
이건 예상 못했나 봐.
이거리면 충분해. 너한테
Man, it's kind of sad AoEs don't affect it. Wait. Yeah, AoEs don't affect it.
카름도 깜짝.
Do this. Get him to hit the lid. What else? Okay, we'll do this.
펼치고 백톱을 걸어.
Now we get some heals.
나무와 함께 베어 넘겨드리죠.
우와, 카름도 깜짝.
Wait. How much? What does this cost resource-wise? Pride and gluttony. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that is fine.
위야
We got everything covered.
막아내지 못하리. 이제
They look like tiny little crocodiles. Bony tiny crocodiles. Yeah, they're all bones and stuff. Oh. No. Ah, Sinclair, no. Is Sinclair gonna get stunned?
깔끔하게 물었군.
Yeah, he got staggered
우와, 카름도 깜짝.
from the debuff. That's unfortunate. Get Honglu to do this here. There's somebody that has an unopposed, receiving an unopposed attack. I'll trigger fast assisted defense.
이건 예상 못했나 봐. 깔끔하게 물었군.
이제 끝내지. 무상한 목숨. 불끈한 지원했군.
What is with the slow approach from Roddy? Hey, there we go. Assisted defense.
우와, 카름도 깜짝.
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리 지워버리죠.
Ah, last two enemies.
틈새는 바로 행하군요.
Kind of simple, I guess.
우와, 카름도
목을
깜짝.
콱 물어버리자고.
Needed a little bit of adjustment. We can't actually just punch win rate, although we probably could have,
튀울 수도 없겠구나.
given we have quite a lot of leeway in HP. I suppose not really, because we were like replenishing that HP by getting people to retreat with
의를 바로 세우는 데
Honglu's
일조하였으니
counter.
내일은 더 떳떳이 살아갈 수 있겠군요.
Support. Ishmael support. 100%. Okay, okay. Yeah, everything is in order. Yes.
필크, 출진.
Is this story mode or straight into combat again? Okay, we're back to story. There were more sea terrors than expected near the lighthouse, but thanks to Irene's lamp, the light of which paralyzed their nervous systems, paired with the rather narrow passageways, we were able to handle them without much trouble. Also, the control room was, unlike the exterior wall, mostly damaged. Faust shared the good news that repairs most likely won't take very long. Yisang was right. Fortunately, the inside is barely damaged. How are you progressing, Miss Faust? It's almost complete. We best prepare to leave. Then I'll radio the doctor. Oh. A tremor shakes the building with a loud boom. Debris began falling from the ceiling. The lighthouse's precarious floor suddenly collapses from the shock. The floor is giving way. What's going on out there? Something's rammed against the eye of Liberia. I see aught shattering through the ocean's surface, the sheer explosive force turning water into mist. And it's charging at us once again. Oh god. As Yisang noted, I saw a shadow of a dark figure that ruptured the outer wall of the lighthouse, charging ferociously at the ruined structure. The figure looked a lot like one of those knights of the city's western region Don Quixote would talk at length about. The lighthouse might crumble at this rate. Then we have no choice to stop whatever is out there. I'll stay here, the rest of us will descend the lighthouse in. The lighthouse is almost fully functional. It'll only take some finishing touches to have its light shine again, which I can handle, so I'll stay behind. Seems entirely unnecessary to leave the rest to you. I would much rather leave it to Faust, who is an expert. I've read about the Seaborn before. The fables and legends say that he is the last knight. If those stories have any grain of truth in them, you're going to need all hands on deck to even have a chance at stalling it. The last knight? What do you mean? You better prepare for a few days of interrogations once I bring you into the Inquisition. Your decision, Executive Manager. All hands on deck. Leave the lighthouse to Mayors. We have to put a stop to that knight somehow. What is this? Why does this look like some final boss in Night Rain or something? Reminds me of a Heliostar? Waves crest high and violent behind the spear-wielding knight. We have to protect the already precarious lighthouse against the knight. The knight begins to charge at us, his steed splitting the very sea, and I instinctively know that this isn't going to be easy. Oh boy, okay. This is the big boss fight. Huh. One day, wheat grains he planted did not sprout. One day, he stopped feeling the scent of life between his breaths. Thus he rides against the currents, hunting after waves. He seeks the waves, reproaches them, and eventually brings about their destruction. Faint memories, having blinked through Amiya's fathoms, flash briefly before my eyes. The Seaborn Knight wields his great lance against the surface sea terrors. He shudders as though with repulsiveness, but he does not stop. You obstruct progress and cover the lands. That is impermissible. This is the land. The knight and the sea terrors don't necessarily seem to be on the same side. Perhaps diplomacy may be a viable solution here. Overcome the bellowing roar and try to talk to the knight? Who will overcome the bellowing roar and try to talk to the knight? I suppose Honglu. He's the only one that can roll this high. What? No, I didn't get to read it. But it seems we succeeded in talking to them. Inflict cold. Lose 1 speed for every cold stack. If it has 3 stacks out of skill N, take... Oh my god. Gain 1 frozen this turn and next... Hold stack expires after all effects are activated. Turn N if this unit does not attack the knight, it expires. So we basically have to guard. That is disgusting, but sure. Hmm. Clash, lose 10 SP. Okay, let's do this.
시비스럽게 명한다. 이 앞에
Oh,
숨지
okay. I was worried for a second.
살려보내지 마라.
8 protection? They have 8 protection? That's
보여내라.
crazy. Well, at least they're losing sanity by losing clashes. Oh.
물러나라. 네 목숨은 아직 따로 쓸 적을
Ah.
너의 쓸모를 보여라.
센터 하나 준비요.
Let's do this. Let's do this. Wait. Oh, it is plus coin. What? Oh. Man, we're gonna have to take infinite damage, aren't we? What if we just defend? Wait, no, Rodia doesn't even have a stack. What am I talking about? Start reading? Yeah, I know the frost passive, right? Unless there's more than that. Did I scroll down? I don't think I did, actually. I'm gonna need everybody to not do damage next turn. How?
저 해충들을
Ow!
보여내라.
Even has attack up. I might just have to take the gloom damage. Oh.
물러나라. 네 목숨은 아직 따로 쓸 곳이 있다.
Sinner's relentless assault upon the night begins to slow, though we don't have anything in common with the night. Cold loneliness rides his bellows, insidious under the faint light. Are we waves or rocks in his eyes? Ah! Thank you for the 50. Twitch is the only platform where violence is awarded. Violence with throwing objects. The sea wets our hems, giving us no time to answer the question. Someone has to stand their ground against the next to the petrified sinners. Let's try the first option. Let's try Rodia. Sinner Rodia's warmth reignites the fire of determination in the rest of the sinners. In that moment, Irene raises her lamp, showering the night with its light. Iberia's flame illuminates our path. Unlike the night, we are not alone, so we did not have to endure the chilling loneliness by ourselves. Remove Frozen from all allies? Okay.
이런 건 다른 뱀들보다 내가 더 잘한다고. 센터 하나 준비요.
We can't activate it. We don't have a sloth. Okay. Wait, I thought it's... Oh, it removed... Okay. I see. Oh, this is not good. This is really not good. Let's get you to dodge this one. essentially everybody has to do no damage. This is actually so annoying. This is so annoying. Is Rodiat here? Rodiat also has 2 stacks, never mind. Can we stagger it in time? I don't know, actually. This unit takes damage, brings us nullifying that damage, then this is huge. Haha! Kane's new. Fuck everything. And low morale, halve the amount of protection. Combat starves, staggered, or panic does not gain protection. Okay. Let's do this.
날개를 펼치고 도끼를 발톱을 걸어 저 해충들을 도려내라.
I think we are close enough. Okay. Everything is fine. Oh my god.
먹을 콱 물어버리자고.
Okay. Middle brother Mersault actually helping out with the 10 sanity there. Okay, we can't have Sinclair attack, so let's just do this. Wait, it's a clashable guard. God damn it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Let's do this. We can't, can we? They're at 0 sanity again. That's not good. We'll have Rodia take this one. I'll take this one. We'll just guard so you don't get frost. Absolute cinema. Everything is fine, Sinclair says. He's surrounded by his frozen sinners. Yeah. It's not fire. We're in ice this time. I wish we had sinners with a guard. Or dodge, not clashable guard and clashable counter. That would benefit us massively in this fight.
물러나라. 네 목숨은 아직 따로 쓸 적을 물어뜯고 너의 쓸모를 보라.
Okay. How do we cycle this? We can get Ishmael to retreat as well. Anybody? Okay, these two are targeting her. Get her to dodge one of them. That'll get her to retreat. This one we actually have to deal with, right? Yeah. Oh, that's not looking good. Kinda don't want to chance that. But we don't really have any stronger skills. Let's just do this, do this. By that time... 17... Let's just do this. Otis doesn't matter, it can actually attack. Sinclair also doesn't matter, can actually attack. Yeah, we'll be good. More sinners that do enough damage to just kill it fast enough and not freeze. Yeah, that is an alternative, I suppose. Or we could just retreat enough sinners that we could cycle away the ice. That is the other option. Ayo. That's not good. Okay. How are we looking? We have 3 units that can't attack, and they're the fastest ones. God damn it. Okay, let's see what we can do with the rest of these. Okay. Oh, Faust is gonna end up countering though. There's nothing to be done about it, I suppose. Because it's an unopposed attack. Oh! What do?
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Unclashable deal 5% cold damage. Uh-huh. So this is okay. We'll take a closer look at this, eh? Uh-huh. Sinking count. Heads inflict offensive, gain offensive level once per turn. Hold. +1 to target is frozen, heal 20 SP. Oh, that's not good. That's not good at all. Well, we can't really do anything about this. Yuck. The knight rides upon the violently whinnying steed. Lance raised skyward, the knight races across the sea, splitting its waves. We need but a moment to recover. Topple the waves, go for his legs, not his lance. Stop the knight's charge? 2 heads, 1 head. Okay. Dense shadow pools under the lone knights. Susurrus of teeming flesh sliding against the flesh can be heard from underneath. Art they gathered to defeat the knight? They must have first gathered here believing him to be one of them until they came to the realization that the knight is a traitor to the Great Will. The knight leaps off the surface, but the sea rises violently in response to drag him back down. The waves crest high, gnawing upon the knight, crashing him back down to the water's surface. But he leaps once again, the cresting waves as his stepping stones. He belongs not to the sea. He stands tall against the Great Will, his head held high in eternal defiance. The unremittent knight rides across the watery mountains and charges at us. One head. We'll go with Otis then. Phew, we got 1 head. Sinner Otis brings the knight's charge to a stop, then the waves begin to crash in. Once, twice, thrice. But unlike the knight in the back streets, the waves don't stop coming. He always He has always challenged the waves and is fated to do so for eternity. The waves will always shake the sea until the day of the night's sinking. Struggle passive deactivated? Gains the knight's corpus.
간단한 명령입니다.
囚人の皆さんの状態に何か変化が。
Okay. Take 80% more damage. Uh-huh. Okay, okay. You still have your freezing passive, don't you? Yes, yes you do. Hmm. Let's do this. Keep cycling as many of our Heisho out as we can. And then we'll just guard the rest of the sinners so we can cycle them, I suppose. Oh.
저 해충들을 도려내라.
I think we're good. It's kind of weird. We have to make sure. Oh wait, technically this ice passive is anti-solo cheese, isn't it? Unless you got a good dodge roll, then like you can still do it.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데. 물러나라. 네 목숨은 아직 따로서 적을 물어뜯고 너의 쓸모를 보여라.
Okay. Huh. More than half the team is frozen. That's not good. Can't deal with this. Can't deal with this. Can't deal with this. You can. You can't. Does guard counters deal damage? They don't, right? Oh no. She subbed in, so she's gonna get frozen. Losing the guard counters also is bad because we gave them sanity.
모든 것에 견뎠어.
皆さんしっかりしてください
Okay. Do this. This. I think we need to start pumping the egos.
불가 위야 막아내지 못하리.
That'll be 2 heals. No, I think we got this. Unless he's got another phase, sure why not. Oh. Never mind. We're not doing too hot.
물 넘고 꺾고 제철 오야 넌 푸름을 모든 것에 견뎠어.
Okay. I can see how this mission could be extremely annoying. It's like a damned if you do and damned if you don't. Because if you attack, you get frozen. If you don't attack, you take free damage. Ugh, yuck. So you're basically forced to have a dodge team? Yeah, essentially you're forced to have a good dodge team. Ugh. Yeah. I'm out of rounds. The lamb's almost out too. We're holding him back for now, but we won't last much longer. No BS, I can last. The lighthouse, not so much. What difference does that make? The sinners were reeling from battle against this enemy, who is more like a force of nature than human. Without giving us much time to breathe, the knight fixes the spear and begins charging at us again. It didn't take very long for the severity of the situation to dawn as I quickly began to rack my head with a desperate wish. What can I do? What can I do here? That's when, through the mist, the black sphere begins to envelop my vision once again. Wait, this is just like... And from the dark, light shines again. Wait, are we gonna get the Gregor ego animation? W? I reach out toward it, and unlike the other earlier phenomena, which focus entirely and powerfully on Scotty, a single individual, what I saw this time was an unfamiliar place called Casimir's? This place was filled to the brim with things that Don Quixote would lose her mind over, like knights and their countless fans, an arena in which to test one's mettle. But the one in Amiya's thoughts sits far from all that glory, in a mundane-looking office. He wears a well-kempt set of clothing, while his eyes are, with a slight squint, focused on reading the newspaper. The man looked more like an office worker than a knight, but the most radiant part of the scene was the banner hanging on the wall, and a sword. Don Quixote was the first sinner who came to mind. Can she, our ardent admirer of knights, pursuer of glory, spin that energy from his sword as her own? Wait, no. He's different. He's... I need someone who doesn't pursue glory, someone who can handle their own tarnished glory. The sinner who can detachedly wield the entirety of their bygone honor is... Yes, there's just one. I'll trust you, Gregor. Use this ego to hew into the knight's charge, split the waves. Use the light to split the waves, huh? I hear you, manager bud. Let's do this.
이 검은, 이 명예는, 이 영광은.
Oh, shit.
빛바래지 않은군.
Oh my god. Okay. This animation's going crazy. The incandescent golden blades of light surge forth, cleaving through the darkness of the sea. The knight withstands and parries each of the light's way, but he comes to a stop when the last of the golden radiance cuts across the sea and looks in our direction as if to admire it. And finally, the lighthouse makes a low, resonant creaking noise before firing a bright light toward the ocean horizon. Mayers has completed the repairs. Oh, the light returneth to its house once more. Silence all, Mayers is saying something. Like Otis said, Mayers is peeking out the window and shouting something at us. Using pity on getting Gregor if all ends badly. The Gregor one looks awesome, doesn't it, huh? If I had to pick, I could only get one, and I were not to look at the effects of the egos and only look at the animations and the art, I'm leaning towards Honglu, even though I haven't seen the animations. I think the art itself is already fantastic and very fitting to Honglu. Vessel Massus is near the shores somewhere in the coastal sea. It moored somewhere by the beach. Somewhere quite a distance away from the village coast. Confirmed, I'll radial Calcit immediately. Phew, that's all well and good, but what about that monster? Yeah, if that charges at the lighthouse again and destroys it? I heard it talk during our battle, but I don't think that creature is capable of actually communicating with them. This'll be a problem. Don Quixote, wait! Don't get too close to it, it's too dangerous. But before we could stop her, Don Quixote had already approached as close as she could to the Seaborn, her eyes twinkling. She takes a brief moment to admire the knight and his steed before asking in an energetic tone, "O mighty knight, what is the name of thy noble steed?" Roshinante. What? That's crazy. Okay, I see what people mean by there's two dons. Clown to clown communication. Wait, she could communicate with him? Oh, just quite the coincidence then. Mine's noble steed is also named Roshinante. One who is not a comrade. They are a steed, you say? Forsooth, a steed most fine indeed. It hath served me well over countless adventures of mine, despite its appearance. Yet I must inquire thee, noble knight, wherefore dost thou strike this lighthouse so? Ishar... What? It was not the waves are darker, more raucous. Perchance there was a tad inconvenient? Misunderstanding here then. Good night. I and mine co-patriots are now embarking upon an adventure most important, yet with thy obstruction we are unable to do so. Prithee, wilt thou return to whence thou came? Don Quixote regarded the knight with a stance that was at once courteous and brave, and the knight and his steed Roshinante stared wordlessly back at Don Quixote. I wasn't sure if she managed to get through to the knight or if the knight just lost interest, but they both departed the lighthouse, looking out to the far distance. So they really exist, Seaborns who hope for something other than just survival. Such powerful Seaborns lurk at sea. Are ya alright, Donkey? Oh my god, you should be thankful that it somehow yielded a positive outcome. When are you going to fix that habit of rushing forward without thinking it through? Mine apologies. While Don Quixote returned the night with a bizarre conversation, Amiya raised her voice happily as though she just received good news. What? Dr. Calcid, is that true? What's going on? The doctor managed to infiltrate the vessel masses. They're already done cleaning up the decks and now they're waiting for the rest of us to arrive. But it's been hardly 10 minutes since the lighthouse came on. The doctor is an excellent strategist, and based on what Calcit told us, I think they already had some plans in motion before we activated the lighthouse. Great. Let's return to Scotty and join them. We returned to the raft and explained what had transpired. Scotty listened to us quietly before replying in the exact same manner as she did before. Someone's going to have to stay behind. What? I'll stay. Go find Vessel Massus. You're going to refuse again? If we offer our help, aren't you? Yep. Then I'll see you after we retrieve the vessel. I'll let the doctor know what happened here. What an oddball. She do be kind of an oddball. Oh, right. I still remember a gif made of Scotty that it made her look like she was shoveling dirt. And she was getting ever deeper in the pit. That was kind of a funny gif, I remember. Way back then. Whoever made it, props to them. Wait, that's not the final boss, is it? Oh, shit. Uh-huh. Oh, mayhaps this be the farming stage rather than the boss stage, and we have the boss stage behind us? If we have another boss stage, I'm gonna cry a little bit inside. Speaking of... I am tempted to try the Blood Fiend team against them. Let's see how this goes. Wait! Actually, I need to retreat this, because I don't have any of the egos equipped. Any of the currency boosting egos equipped. This is the doctor, researcher at Rhodes Island. Nice to meet you. When I, after everything we went through, finally had a chance to meet the doctor of Rhodes Island. I realized that I had been building a vastly different image of them in my mind based on the name alone. I was thinking they were going to be someone like Yisang, Faust, or Hohenheim from LCE. But the first impression of them was similar to what I felt when I met a K-Corp employee. The clock just ticked. And this is Danteh, the manager at Limbus Company. That ticking just now was nice to meet you. Okay. Thanks for accompanying Amiya. Honestly, I was pretty worried when we were separated at the border. I should thank you and Amiya, actually. We would have been in a real pickle without her, so... It's a bit embarrassing to repeat that myself. Danteh says that would have been a real... We would have been a real pickle without Miss Amiya. Anyone got a tip against Ricardo? Which one? Which one? But the best tip is, I suppose, 5:30. Oh, I see. Bring your strongest clashers and blunt damage. And if you have healing egos, well, namely Fluid Sac, bring them as well. It's gonna be a ride. What else? Let's see. I don't think sinking's really an option to reduce SP, because I believe he regenerates his SP too fast, if I'm not wrong. It's really a tough it out situation. Check if defeating any of his ads can help you in that process as well. Cause what? Wait, it might just give him a buff. Be sure when you clear the ads he's on a turn of stagger or something. Start playing 3 days ago, speedrun to Kanto 5, don't have good units. Oh, okay. I suppose you may want to seek to... Depends, do you want to defeat him with your own IDs, or are you up for using support IDs? Because if you're up for using support IDs, you can just add somebody with a level 55 ID, and use that ID to help you along the way. That is probably the first fight I've lost. I think that's like one of the... No, the second fight I've lost progressing through the story blind. I think I lost to it once. What team did I even bring to him? Actually don't remember. It's been so long, it's been like a year or two. It feels like it's been a year or two. A year, definitely. I don't know what else I can say. He is weak to blunt damage if I recall correctly, so if you can choose a support ID that does blunt damage, that would be of benefit to you. Some off the top of my head... Actually, don't remember any off the top of my head. I believe all the Desi IDs are blunt damage focused. Yeah, the Desi Association IDs are blunt damage focused. What else? Yeah, you're gonna have to check what you have. Key points are high clashing power and some sort of sustain. Some sort of sustain and blunt damage. Those are the 3 key points. Excuse me. Don't worry about it. It is incorrect to state that the manager cannot talk human. Oh, let me know if you need more tips than that. Although I'm not sure I can give any more, to be honest. It's been so long. A more accurate assessment would be to state that the manager is incapable of assessing sonic means of communication, which includes verbal communication. However, they are able to produce repetition of multiple sounds that may register in a similar scale to the ticking of multiple hands, second hands, minute hands of a clock. I don't know. Something about the way Mersault puts it Sounds worse. Don't worry, it's not difficult when only a single individual has to be translated. Doctor, let us move to the next steps of the plan. Next steps? Thanks to Limbus Company's efforts, we obtained the exact coordinates of the vessel masses and managed to capture the decks with ease. However, Fabius, who is suspected to be the Bishop of the Deep, and his followers have barricaded themselves inside the bridge's control room. While it may seem as though they're hiding, I believe they're trying to bait us. As in, we're waiting for us to enter the bridge before summoning reinforcements from elsewhere to trap us in a pincer attack? Something like that. That elsewhere is most likely the sea, as their reinforcements are probably more sea terrors. Fish! Yes, we have seen many funny fish come out of the sea. None of which are too pleasant or delicious looking, for that matter, unfortunately. Funnily enough, the flower mob looks like it'd make good tea, although I don't know if there's any blue teas out there. But how are you doing, Chinese? Fabius is a seaborn, and the ocean will answer the call of their kind. Limbus Company and Irene will head to the bridge and neutralize Fabius. Amia and I will accompany you to provide support and identify the situation within the bridge. In the meantime, Calcit and the other operators will remain on standby on the ship's exterior at the pre-designated locations. I'd like to avoid getting surrounded by sea terrors before we manage to take down the Church of the Deep within the bridge. Good. I'm forced to start working in the mines again, Mirror Dungeons. I see. What pray tell are you looking for in the mines? What are you mining for? I observed several entry points leading straight to the bridge while we were working on repairing the vessel. Your force doesn't seem numerous enough to close off all of them. It's true that there are many entry points here, but we don't need forces guarding every single one of them, especially here. The hallway is narrow, long, and straight, so makes sense to me. How about here? Are you sure you're not overly focusing your forces to a single checkpoint? Ah, let's see, but on closer look. Looks like the commanding officer Otis is finally in her environment. Got any questions, Manager Bud? I have no idea what they're talking about, if I'm being honest. To complete my bleed team, I must shard N-Corp Ryushu. I see. Are you... Wait. I'm gonna guess you have N-Corp Yisang already? Given they pair well? Really? I saw you commanding the sinners earlier. You seem pretty adept at giving orders and making strategic decisions. Indeed, they seem quite adept at making on-the-spot strategic commands and identifying exploitable weaknesses and patterns in their enemies. However, the Doctor and the Outsider are operating on fundamentally different fields. No further elaboration is necessary. Yeah, one's working on strategic deployment, one's working on in-combat commands. Agreed, that particular aspect of strategizing is not one of Manager Danteh's obligations, not even if there's a chance for them to engage in such elements. It may be too early to do so. Is that so? It is. At least that is what Faust has judged. What are you on about? I was about to ask that myself. I don't know, I have no idea. No, sadly, I don't have a bleed ID for Ryushu yet. Ah, I see. Penitence. Well, if next time Walpurgis Night rolls around, I highly recommend Penitence Ryushu. She is a very nice ID. Nice ID, tanks, gains sanity back for herself, shields herself if I'm not wrong. Oh, all and big damage. It's a charge bleed ID hybrid actually. But yeah, specific exclusive to Walpurgis Night. You can shard it when it comes around again. Don't wish to have W Corp Ryushu, but fan service. Wait, is W Corp Ryushu does bleed? I was under the impression she only does charge. I completely have forgotten. Having finished her discussion with the doctor over the plan, Otis returned wearing a grim look. Huh? Is there something wrong with the plan? No, there wasn't anything wrong with the plan. I expect a certain degree of competency, but they were impressive, far beyond my expectations. Really? That good, huh? Even when I think back to my days in the line of duty, I can't think of too many like them. Right, so they're dependable. Good enough for me. If your strategizing's done, let's get cracking. Let's hold Red Eyes and Penti Ryushu. This is just W Corp, but L Corp themed? I mean... Yeah, I suppose you can say that. But unlike I think W Corp, I think Penti Ryushu is just a straight upgrade from W Corp Ryushu. And she does blunt damage rather than slash damage, if I recall correctly. Charge with a bit of bleed on top. Yeah, basically, I guess. She's not strictly bleed focused. She's a bit of everything. What of you, Mayors? Is it too much to face what awaits? Then you need not follow us. I decided to stay here anyway. The doctor is going to update you in real time on where safe zones are, so please keep that communicator close to you. Ah, right. I think the specific reason I chose her was because it filled my ego resource affinity requirements so that every category is filled and like evenly distributed while running Limoncello LAN IDs. I believe that was the specific reason I picked her. And she's just a good unit. I will. Hey, if Gramps... Is there something you'd like for us to do? No, it's nothing. If there's something you want to tell him, contact us through the communicator at any time. We're going to find a way to resolve this peacefully as we can, but if negotiations break down... Yeah, I know what you mean, Doctor. Be safe, everyone. Leaving Mayors behind with her unfinished sentence, we followed Rhodes Island's team into the bridge. The bridge was gaudily decorated as ever. Fabius, flanked by hooded followers and sea-terrors, greeted us with a kindly smile. Welcome. I truly did appreciate thy kindness. Wherefore did thou seek to harm us? Your suspicions are certainly justified, but I implore you to think back. If you truly believe that we had sought to harm you then, how would you explain that one peaceful night you slept in Faro Muerto? We have never wished you any harm. We did not then, and we do not now. Huh? Not even a day after you folks stabbed us in the back like cowards, and you want us to believe that? Our wish has always been the same. We only wished to extend the freedom to roam the seas to those with capable, kind-hearted souls. Mate, you know you were just trying to turn us to sea monsters of some kind. Monster is only a name. The essence of its being changes not regardless of the label given to it. Become one with the sea, become one with the endless cycle of life, and one day your misunderstandings will end, and you will come to understand us. Isn't this just like, come with us and become brainwashed and you will understand? Why is it giving off those vibes, you know what I mean? Isn't that kind of ridiculous? Looks like this fight's between us is going to be unavoidable. I pulled out the identity cards the moment I saw Fabius raising his hand. The doctor seemed to have finished their preparations as well, as they and Emiya stood opposite Fabius. Incoming, get ready everyone. Let's stop them here for good, no matter how long it takes. The strategic formation prioritized reducing sacrifices to absolute minimum. Their commands sought to protect, sought to defend, and their forces were quick to follow. Rhodes Island's operations were certainly impressive, but that's not exactly our style. All I can do is put my faith in the sinners and push them onward. Our style is, trust me to bring you back no matter how many times it cut you down. Okay, let's wipe them out. I That doesn't exactly inspire confidence. I suppose if you know you're not gonna die, it's just pain. I suppose it's not bad.
카론, 기다리는 거 못해.
Oh my god.
100초만 기다려줄게.
Okay. Do this. Drag this out. What are we looking at? We'll do this.
대가리 딱 떼.
대성공이야. 카론 신나.
Aw, come on, Rodia. I think this is gonna be a good team for this event. Wait, I need to retreat real quick, because,
Mission failed.
oh, they even have the mission failed. I need to equip the egos, the correct egos for resource farming. I'll just quickly skip the cutscene to do. Oh, we got 19 instead of 20. That's fine. Clear stage, edit team, fluid sac replace, Honglu, replace, Gregor, replace, and then Ishmael, we actually gotta get a, oh no, Ishmael, yeah, we have to get a support Ishmael. Do we have a support Ishmael, KK support Ishmael that has? No. Okay, go back and check again. Wow, nobody's running Kurokumo support Ishmael anymore. That's kind of sad. Well, I suppose we did have a event featuring Family Hierarch Ishmael. I should probably change it back to KK Ishmael as well. I wasn't able to get KK Ishi or Heathcliff. Oof. Yeah, they're really nice bleed IDs, I'd say. Hello, Jiro! It's been a while. How you doing? Hope you've been having a good time. Not gonna lie, I've been like just balls deep in Night Rain. How are you guys doing though? I heard Xbox community has joined Helldivers. This is the doctor, researcher at Rhodes Islands. Wait, oh right, I need to skip this. I've already read this. I'm good. How are you? Yeah, balls deep in Night Rain, as I said before, and Dark and Darker got a substantial update. Hopefully it has a bright future ahead of it, although I'd cross my fingers. And also tackled Final Fantasy 14 again for a month, and I realized they homogenized all the classes, so I'm a little bit sad about that. What have you been up to, Jiro? Anything interesting?
승객이 딱 콩 한 방 먹였어.
I'm currently mowing down sea creatures from the depths that are infecting people. Oh no, wait. A Church of the Deep? That are trying to turn people into sea creatures, essentially. I'm playing a little Helldivers with my buddy who just has an Xbox. Let's go! Xbox bros can join in now. Okay. I'd like to do this, and then this if possible. No, not possible. Right, let's do this. Playing matching colors, I got 3 oranges every time. Wait, is Gregor stunned? Oh, Gregor is stunned. Okay, that explains a lot. I could do Kurokumo Ryushu for bleed count? I forgot. Still haven't decided on bleed Ryushu ID. I suppose, like, whatever you're gonna choose, keep in mind their kit and, like, their skill colors, because, like, if you make a team and your skill colors aren't, like, covering all bases, or at least covering the main egos you want to use, it's not gonna be a good time. Unless you're in mirror dungeons, then you can get stuff to compensate for that, but it still doesn't feel good to have to get those ego gifts specifically. At least that's my opinion. If you would like those 2 cents. Heike's Desire, skill 3. Wait, I actually not familiar with Kurokumo Ryushu's skill kit, actually. Don't remember. I need to get 3 oranges. Let's do this. Pride and Gluttony as well. Okay. I believe a way to compensate as well is Ryushu's WoW ego? I don't even know how to pronounce it, but the 4th one? It has a passive of providing, whatchamacallit, the ego resources you have the least of every time. Every turn, I think? You attack, if I'm not wrong? Something along those lines. Counter this, guard this, 3 orange, and we're a go. This is the brain dead team. You just need to make sure you got 3 oranges, and you can go. 3 oranges, and you have 3 purple resources. That's why I love this team. Turn off brain. Yep. I believe there is only one, right? As of present. Bloodfiend Otis is the weakest in this current team, unfortunately. Where's Otis? You feel that. At least cover your own butt. Let's see this here, do this. I believe the team is more or less rolling now with all the blood stacks everywhere. Thank you for the sippy. Hello, Simmy. How are you doing? And Koryushu does less bleed count, but do more damage with her gaze moves? If you have no... What is it? If you have no leaning towards which ones, I'd lean against the newer ones, because, I don't know, there has been quite a bit of power creep, so I'd lean against the newer stuff if you don't have any particular preference. Well, thanks you. Oh, I've been doing pretty neat. Wait, did the bonk not work? I didn't see the bonk go off. Oh god. Is it not working again? Oh god, even on Twitch's side it is. Let me refund you that real quick. Let me test the bonk myself. I swear I got it to work. Oh yeah, it's a really small bottle. But yes, it does work, thankfully. Wait, where was I? Did I stop myself mid-convo? Yes, I'm doing pretty well. Picked up a few games, met some new people, and yeah, everything's been pretty smooth sailing. How about you? How are you doing? Let me get 3 orange skills up. Let's see. This one. Let me just get Gregor to defend this. Actually, this might not be ideal, because they have so little HP, they don't bleed enough before they die.
피날레를 시작하자.
Wait, the device died. I thought it's not supposed to take damage from anything other than whatchamacallit.
우와.
Direct damage.
승리로 이끌. 떨거진
Hello, Bondler, how you doing? Hello, kinetically to you too.
만찬에 집중. 하나뿐이야.
사랑.
남은 가족.
승객이 조용해졌어.
Ah, what?
조금 있다.
Oh,
째깍째깍
that's
해줘야
unexpected.
돼.
Oh, that's really bad. Okay, I didn't pay attention enough. I'm doing good. Throw not working? Wait, did the throw not work? I swear it did. I heard it.
예상한 일이야. 어버이와 달리 우리는요.
Oh! Okay, I see why people are thinking it's not working. It actually is, but I...
피가
okay.
흐른 뒤에는
Let me change this real quick. I see. I see what's going on here. I changed the way it aims so it can come from anywhere on the top of the screen, but that actually kind of messes with things, doesn't it? Auto. Okay, that should fix the issues. Just wanted to say hello. It's late. I see. Thank you for popping by. Have a nice rest, Bondler. Don't stay up too late. Slightly leaning towards Kuro Ryushu since I have 6 bleed count and 72 bleed when fighting the last night. Okay. Yeah, bleed count is rather important, because if you run out of bleed count, then your bleed stacks go away. Okay, I'm gonna try one more time with this team, but likely I'll just end up going back to whatchamacallit. The other team. Issue with this one's...
정신을 유지할 수 있기를.
Flash power's like kinda not there. Also, not really paying attention to the mechanics probably doesn't help.
늦으면 리피랑 먼저 갈 거야.
Purple bubbles. Let's do this. Okay, we're just gonna have to gamba this.
대가리 딱 떼도
Okay. It ended up alright. Oh! What is that actually? It looks like a pile of stones with a skull on top.
기도해라.
Hey, that's cheating. They start with 15 sanity.
승객이 딱콩 한 방 먹였어.
Let's see. Guard against this, get 15 sanity. What's the support passive for the single player ID you're using? I believe it's head coins do more damage, or is it slash does more damage? Let me... After this turn, I can see the passive real quick. I've basically set it up so I can turn my brain off. At least for XP and thread farming. To a large degree as well in mirror dungeons. Okay.
우와.
What is my single
한도
player?
깜짝.
Oh, ally with the most SP deals 10% more damage to enemies with lower SP, so I believe it works with abnormalities as well. English hard. Mersault is active, so we can just dump that. We don't need 3 skills on this. Come on, guys. Okay, that's looking good. That 2-star IDs don't cost as much thread to level up. Yep, that's why they're very good for passives and stuff. I tend to like look through everything for passives, but usually they're related to what like the ID does, but the older IDs specifically, I think, don't do that as much.
느끼가 배고파 했어.
Okay.
잘 됐다. 그치?
How is Ryushu so low on sanity? What's going on there? Death of 2-star IDs is here. They're good for passives, it's okay. Copium. Let us cope, time creep. Let us cope. Oh, that's gonna stagger forever. Oh, that's gonna do a lot of damage to Gregor. Look at her sanity go. Is Gregor in deep trouble? Yes, very much so. Okay. This one's targeting Ryushu, we're just gonna allow him through. Ryushu can tank it, she has shields. Oh, look at Dawn go. Look at Dawn just bring out the lawnmower and just rip everything apart. Okay. Gregor survived miraculously. Okay. We're gonna save his skill 3 for whatever's ahead. Oh, that's not good. Oh, that is definitely not good. We don't want that. Let's do this. Something along the lines of this. Okay. Would have been funny if Gramps was a 2-star ID for Heathcliff in the event. Gramps Heathcliff. Tentacle Heathcliff. That's gonna be strange. But Gramps is actually, I'm not gonna lie, seeing the tentacles come out of his sleeves and stuff is kind of creepy. A little bit disgusting. Do you think they taste like octopus? Let's do that. Oh, wait, no. Let's do this. But not really. What? Okay. I just cheated there. That struggling never went through. Okay. You got anything funny up your sleeves? Turn in if 2 if you are consume 10 SP on self to summon 2. Oh. Brand exists, apply to. Oh, okay. Let's see what we got here. Final power for every sinking target. Combat start. 50 shield. Ugh. Let's do this. Wait. 150%. 59%. Okay, let's do that. Gotta go sleep now. Have a good night, Time Creep. Thank you for popping by. Happy about the new daily check-in. Can get back the 20 pulls I used to get Manager Dawn from target extraction. Let's go. More pulls, always happy times, right? More Gamba. All of the Gamba. Oh yes, look at the Gregor heals. They're gonna come in. Get back to full HP. Well, that's as close as it's gonna get, I guess. That was like a 2/3 HP bar heal. Oh, not bad. Or 1/3.
우와, 칼음도 깜짝.
Okay. Let's see. Let's do this, this. Wait, this. This. Okay, let's do this. Actually, let's do this. Yeah, that's everything. Only pulled 13 times in Arknights manner. I'm proud to say I haven't fallen into the gambling addiction. Yes, never spend money. Money is forever. JPEG files are temporary. I mean, what? I'm in crippling debt. No. No, don't go into crippling debt. Don't mortgage the house. It's not worth it. I'm sure, like, eventually the collab will rerun, right? Like, it might be years though, so don't. If you can get them, I'd suggest getting them now. But you know, they're not. They don't appear to be stronger than what we already have. So if you're in it for the meta, no need to scramble for that. Saving my funds for Walpurgis? Okay, yeah, Walpurgis is something to save for. I don't know. I guess given that I basically have everything, I prioritize saving for the collab more than saving for Walpurgis. Basically everything I want, not everything. Okay.
우와, 칼음도 깜짝.
Aha. Why do I have a feeling there's gonna be a funny other enemy showing up or something after this? Like, this has been going too smoothly. I need egos mainly? I see. Yeah, you're gonna have to go. I recommend not pulling for those because they have like half the rate. So I do recommend sharding those, if anything. If possible, of course. Wait, he's back? Okay. Just got all Arknight egos from 100 pulls, but none of them do blunt against Ricardo except Ishmael, which I don't have yet. Ah, I see. If you do not have Fluid Sac on Faust, but you got the Faust Ego. I do recommend using the Faust Ego because it heals and it heals SP as well. So it's like kind of a little bit of everything. Fluid Sac is better though if you do have Fluid Sac Faust Ego. I believe it's a level 3 one. We'll gamble on the new Library of Ruina stuff. Yes, more gamble. Just gamble later. Always gamble. I am not confident I win that. Let's do this. What is the new Walpurgis stuff though? I'm kind of curious. Can't wait for Tom, Mary, and Walpurgis night. Sadly, there's not gonna be a event or story though, so.
Mission accomplished.
Oh well. I rather enjoy the Walpurgis night stories and stuff. They're pretty persistent. Fabius flees again using Sea of Terrors and his followers as meat shields. Wait, no, I see it now. It's not Fabius who's putting them in harm's way to save himself. The Sea Terrors and the cultists are throwing themselves in our way entirely willingly to sacrifice their lives to ensure Fabius gets away. But for all that, the only place for him to flee on the ship, wounded and cornered by sinners, and Irene's lamplight was the decks. Nowhere left to run, Fabius. Understand that you can't help but continue to thrash and struggle to live, even knowing that there's no hope. But running will only make your pain worse. That's different. Fabi didn't run to live. A voice echoes from under the dark sky. Mayors? Mayors appearing quite different from how she did a moment ago. Oh no. She approaches Fabius slowly, her expression solemn and mournful. She looks down at him wordlessly. I told you that your methods won't win their understanding, Fabi. What a shame. I thought those with such wisdom and aptitude would. I hoped you would still be able to realize your ideal here. Even after I'd left. It'll be realized. Fabius may die here, but we will remain. Now it is our time. Devour me. Fabius blurted out. What Fabius blurted out threw us off once again, even before we regained our footing from the shock of realizing Mayer's true allegiance. Eat people? Oh, looks like they're about to give us a live demonstration of some gourmet art. God damn it, Ryushu. Like the full stop Walpurgis story a lot. Oh, I think I had to skip them because I was in a rush to do an event. I'll take a look-see off stream, I think. You've piqued my interest. I heard it's a pretty common thing in District 23 backstreets, but I'd rather not see it in person. Hey, I'm just gonna look away. That's okay, right? Just what? Doctor, weaker Seaborns willingly let themselves be devoured by stronger ones, thereby sharing their experiences and nutrients with them. This is commonly accepted practice amongst them. It is but a behavior that prioritizes survival above all else. This isn't done in any sense of sacrifice. Time is here, devour me, set sail toward your ideal. Sorry, Fabi. I've still got some canned food left for me on this ship, and I think I'll delay becoming a Seaborn for a little while. Why? I found a new destination. I'll gain a new power from there, and then I'll become a Seaborn, so now is not the time. If that is your will, O Bishop. Don't worry, your flesh will fatten the bloodkin of the sea. Mayers waves her hand. The sea terrors climb up to the vessel from the ship and began tearing Fabius to pieces. Despite the way they looked, Fabius looked exhilarated, nary a look of suffering or pain wrinkling his face as they ripped his flesh apart. We turned away from this scene that could not be described as anything else other than cannibalism to look at Mayers. Calcit is she. Don't need to ask the question when the answer lies plainly before you, Doctor. Oh, what is happening? Wherefore did young Mayers... It wasn't Fabius. Mayers was the Bishop of the Deep. No, what is this reveal? What is... I mean, I guess it makes sense. She did 49% of the damage. Okay. I see there's gonna be a boss further down. They've played us. Don't despair. We still have the upper hand. We defeated Fabius and his cultists already, and even if they were to summon more sea terrors, we should be able to handle them without much trouble. Hey, Ager, just what are you thinking the entire time as you deceived us? I had a feeling I knew what she was going to say about that. She was either going to say it was for our sake, that it wasn't a deception at all, or maybe she'll give us one final gloating. But her reply, the words of which were carefully selected after gazing out at the far ocean, was not what any of us could have expected. I'm sorry. I thought this would be the better way to approach you, but I see how it can come across as nothing more than a deception. You're sorry? Why? Danteh wants to know why you're sorry. Full stop while Purgus Dawn was trying to get used to being Dawn? Nani? It's a nice little touch in my opinion. It was a full stop Dawn? I have completely forgotten it. Huh? Well, that's because I did something wrong. Wait, hold on. You've been deceiving us all along? Mayers, and you're gonna... Oi, what exactly are you after? You're after the same thing that Geezer was, right? Ain't that right? Turn us into your bloodkins that was all for our sake, given all kinds of ridiculous excuses to turn us into one of those monsters? I do hope that you would one day all accept becoming Seaborns, but I'm not about to demand that you let yourself be transformed today, right here and now. I understand that we all need some time to mentally prepare ourselves. May I understand your statement to be implying that we will not be forcing this upon us should we refuse? That is correct. It'd be against manners to do what Fabius did, shoving sea terror cells inside your body out of nowhere. Manners, huh? Well, I was taken aback by the fact that Mayers was a Bishop of the Deep. It was also true that Mayers had never tried to bring us harm, unlike Fabius, who attacked the sinners directly. While she did almost get us in big trouble with Irene while explaining things to us, it is also true that Mayers has been extremely helpful so far. It was her who led us to the lighthouse, and it was her who stayed in the crumbling lighthouse until repairs were done, as the terrifying night continued to assail its walls. What was your actual relationship with Fabius, anyway? Just someone who also strove to realize the vision of our ideal worlds. Our goals once converged, but not now. 5th Walpurgis Night? How many Walpurgis Nights have we had? Was it 6? I was pretty taken aback too. When they attacked you in the village, maybe he got greedy when he saw Faust and Otis repairing the ship. He got greedy? Fabius believed that welcoming capable people as Bloodkin would expedite Seaborn's evolution. Cool. So you're like some cult leader, but you don't necessarily want to antagonize us. You still haven't told us what you're after, though. I'm going to the city that lies beyond the dimensional door. So you're trying to flee to a different world where the Inquisition won't be able to chase you? This isn't running away. 6, huh? Okay. I don't remember a Dawn full stop. Was it a 2-star ID by chance? I just want to help people of the city, that's all. So I'm bringing the Seaborns with me to the city. Don't tell me you're going to invade the city alongside those monsters then. Then the foghorn suddenly blared. The ship shook as it began to move. Vessel Messes has begun to move. Is this an automated sailing program? The vessel will now sail toward the dimensional door. Let Rhodes Islands and Irene go right in front of the door. So don't worry. Did you seriously just tell us not to worry? Faust, please calm yourself, Danteh. It has not been determined if that is indeed the dimensional door connecting directly back to the city. No, it has to be. The warm, shining light and the voice from within is getting clearer and clearer. I feel like the moment she goes through and gets into the city, she's gonna get destroyed by whatever is like holding taboos, right? Because like, isn't she... Like, the Seaborns are gonna get annihilated, no? Because they're inhuman and whatnot? Why don't we just let them into the city? The battles thus far have done well enough to demonstrate the level of danger Seaborns pose. However, I doubt they'll get very far even if they were to enter the city. Don't you agree? In Hongyan, we've seen all that happens when sentient non-human entities enter the city. The head will take action the moment they realize their presence. Of course, we must prepare ourselves for repercussions in case they decide to hold Limbus Company responsible once the dust settles. Yet, it is also very likely we will fully escape any culpability, as we saw in the memories of Kong's massacre. Your thoughts, Faust? Yeah, that is what I thought. I have returned from the event. Welcome back. However, considering their specific attributes, it will not take long for them to rise to become a star of the city-level threat. There is reasonable possibility they may be issued the Imperatus Civitas status classification? Is that not an acceptable risk? If not the head, they should be manageable by a wing. Isn't that terrible? This isn't that terrible of a calamity. But Calcit shook her head resolutely. No, your technology seemed to be based on something else, which is neither Originium arts nor any of its derived technology, and that is precisely what could make your world vulnerable against Seaborns. Is it because they learn fast? Yes. Those on the front lines of war against Seaborns stubbornly stick to using traditional low-tech weapons. Deploying high-tech weapons against them is only going to make you an enticing meal. Then can't we just let whichever unfortunate wing ends up fighting these? Do take into account that it may take a significant amount of time to earn their trust. Even if they were to be convinced, there would be other parties with alternative perspectives on the matter, complicating issues. The situation will rapidly go out of control if the backstreet syndicates or fixers get involved, unless the head designates a taboo to prevent it. Even then, considering what she has been saying, yes, we must consider the possibility they may be capable of absorbing head's technology as well, before they are expelled from the city. Ooh. How do you plan on helping people of the city, Mayors? By giving them a chance to become Oh, okay. What are you on about? Become Seaborns? She ain't all there either, eh? What kind of help is that? Mayors, you know that's no different from what the Church of the Deep is doing here. No, it is different, because someone showered the city with the light. The light? The beam of light from the White Nights and the Dark Days incident? Could it be? Becoming a Seaborn? Is it to become a part of a great will, called We Many? By doing so, one can be reborn as an altruistic life form, but at the cost of ego, the sense of self. And that's always been my issue with it. Everyone has beliefs of their own, dreams of their own. It feels too empty to lose all of that when they inevitably lose their sense of selves as they become Seaborns. Look, I want each Seaborn to have their own wishes, but the light shining through the dimensional door to our world is too faint to push them toward that evolution. If only the light of the city could become more tangible. It just might be able to give every Seaborn an identity of their own, to remain uniquely themselves. And why is it that you advocate toward those of the city to join Seaborns when one could simply learn more of the light before returning here? At first I thought all I needed was a clue to a better evolution, but Don Quixote's tales of adventures changed my mind. Mine adventures? You don't understand just how precarious you all are. And how would you, when you were born in a world with that kind of world from the very start? A place where life has become a commodity and gold one of its few religions. The city has abandoned its yesterdays to survive today, and by doing so has given up on its tomorrows. Just as I needed the light, the city needs Seaborns. This is quite a... I don't know. Which Seaborns get the charge IDs? I want those ones. No, not the charge ID Seaborns. Oh god. It needs their tenacious hold to life, their absolute unconditional selflessness. At the end of the day, it seems that everyone has to turn into monsters. People ostracize the other. Something that isn't like me, something that feels alien to me, something I don't know or understand. So the fear is natural because Seaborns are not human. But you just have to cross that threshold once. Miss Mayers, do you believe the nature of humanity to be evil? Humans are selfish, but that is not necessarily a bad thing. Good things come from selfishness, that's for sure. But the side effects have become simply unsustainable. Doctor, you've been to countless battlefields where Rhodes Islands has fought tooth and nail for the rights of infected, but what came of it? Peace? No, it's the same. But still, we're all still getting better, little by little. I'm not trying to deride those small incremental steps to call them meaningless. Changes take time, and should it continue, I believe your efforts will be a beacon of light that will lead humanity toward a brighter future. But what about everyone who is sacrificed while you're taking your time, taking those incremental steps? Every single day, that incremental change is marred by unjust deaths. Some are enslaved for no other reason than their differences. People live on in that despair that seems to have no end. I agree that with what the light told me. People are diseased, they are so sick of that. Even in their far-flung future, even on the day the world ends, they will continue to fail to look forward, obsessed with scrutinizing each other in search of those differences. Even when every Aegir returns to sea, they're still going to bully and hate anyone with pointed ears, labeling them as Aegirs. Even when oropathy is totally eradicated, people are still going to suspect and persecute someone as the infected. People are imperfect beings. You're right, there probably isn't anyone out there who can really sacrifice themselves for the sake of others with nothing but perfect selflessness. But not when it comes to Seaborns. They do not suffer from all this absurdity, nor are they coerced to sacrifice against their will. They have the power to progress toward a better future built from mutual understanding. Because they're the kind of life form that seeks common ground instead of scrutinizing for differences. The bells. A strange shaped form shimmers and materializes before Mayers. I couldn't quite tell what it was, but it was round, and it looked like a tool. It is possible that she already met the conditions to effloresce. It is a possible explanation would be the absence of that particular pull required to draw it out of her, or the insufficiency of it. How's your throat, Aro? I am marching on. The strepsils have carried me. This isn't anything like the arts. What is happening in front of Miss Mayers? Is it sleepy time soon, Ray? 5 hours of reading, respect. Out of curiosity, what do you do in your longer streams? Do you just speak West, or what's the deal? Is our proximity to the dimensional door increasing the potency of influences coming from the city? Precisely. The connection to Faust is returning to normal levels seems to indicate that. Wait, can people on the other worlds, I mean, mayors also manifest ego? Internal conflict and anguish is a commonality among every intelligent entity, regardless of whether they are from the city or not. Therefore, yes, Faust is quite positive on this possibility as well. Not yet. I lose my voice. Spin. Yippee. However, what? What does that mean? The potential to effloresce an ego implies the potential to distort as well. You've been dreaming for a long time, Mayors, drawing your own picture of an idealized world, and you have chosen the ocean as the means to building a path toward that vision. Yet, why have you failed to take the leap of faith yourself? I had to make preparations. Seaborns are beautiful, there's no doubt about it. It's just that a key piece was missing to really achieve what I want. You're not being honest with yourself. I know it very well. You are afraid of becoming one of them. The fear that your own creeds might crumble, that you might lose your own sense of self, your ego. The fear that you might end... She's gonna become distorted, isn't she? Becoming nothing more than just another thing swept up by the ineffably overwhelming will. Isn't it terrifying that this hope can just disappear in a blink? Who is she talking to? Is this something Limbus Company has experience with? If so, I'd appreciate an explanation. Mersault, please! Please knock her out! Please do the Mersault chop. If I'm not actively reading, i.e. playing a story games, it ain't too bad. I don't speak as much, but the throat deaf can't handle long hours of reading. Yeah, yes. Honestly, I should probably... I'll probably tone it down a bit. That way I won't be dead come Monday's karaoke stream. Stream affiliate anniversary karaoke. Yippee. She's hearing that voice. When that singular faith, that one had absolute confidence in, breaks in one fell swoop and their ironclad will is shattered. People of the city have the potential to distort into a monstrous form at any time. It is said that these phenomena are often accompanied by distorting individual hearing a disembodied voice. Indeed, those who distort would oft behave as though they were engaged in a conversation, of course. The same could be said for those who awaken ego. At first I thought it was Kathy, but it wasn't her. The voice was beautiful, comforting, and even cozy. The voice that puts all deep contemplation to sleep. So calm, so warm. No. There is more to the sunshine than its warmth. The sunshine? You don't share your interests with other devotees' survival. Isn't what you care about. What you really care about is giving everyone a chance to experience what it feels like to live in a world of warmth. Ephemeral it may be. Right. We have to be about more than just prolonging our existences. What really matters isn't survival. It's what we leave behind for prosperity, our legacy. As long as there's a guarantee that light can indeed protect the sense of self, it'll be more than enough to convince people to become seaborns. Please, you don't have to concern yourself with what other people think, Mayors. But everyone has their own wishes. I can't just bulldoze over theirs to force mine upon them. But that's not what you really believe, is it? You know better than anyone. While you hesitate, countless people are bound to inescapable bridal. Birtle? Will continue to suffer. That might be true, but it's okay. You don't have to hide the shape of your heart, its colors. The only thing you have to concern yourself with is, how can you lead the people of the city and then Terra? Okay, we can't just sit here and let this happen. Operators to positions. Operator's unable to approach. She's surrounded by a strange field, Doctor. No, the Mersault job is not gonna get there in time. It's over. Whenever someone would distort due to reasons other than the monolith, a strange pressure would prevent our approach, as though to stop us from interfering. Looks like that applies here too, all the way over in another world. Love is our collective destination, after all. So please, let go of this tool that might break your heart. Don't force yourself to walk the path of thorns. Your pilgrimage needn't be that of suffering. No, You don't believe in any recourse, do you? Other than this, anyway. Don't you think we should find a better, faster path with less suffering before more people inevitably hurt each other with their ill intent? You're right. If there's no recourse, it has to happen faster. I can't waste any more time while people suffer. Follow your wishes. Follow your desires. And paint. Let's show them the painting of your world reflected in your eyes. Oh god. Before the compassion they believe in becomes completely worthless. I understand the shape of your heart and what makes you want to enter the city, but we still know so little about the Seaborns and about Terra and about Liberia. Whatever may have lit the fire under your feet, I can't bring you with us to the city as you are now. Even before the sinners had a chance to translate my words, Mayer slowly turned to my direction as though she clearly understood my words. But I must, Danteh. Your adventures were full of exhilarating tales, and I saw kindness in the every word and action of you and your friends, but that's not enough. You don't think they'll change? No, they will. In the far, far future. An incandescent brilliance burst forth before my ears. Past that light, I saw the ocean. The calm sound of gently lapping waves, crashing waves, the immense golden brilliance. A portal? Where did it come from? Dungeon of Fathoms. A gate that leads into one's heart. This periphery is where LCB Department's specialty begins. While what lies beyond this periphery does not necessarily warrant Rhodes Island's presence. Can you guys help? I don't know what kind of fathoms I'm walking into, but I have a feeling that we're going to need your assistance. Dr. Calcit? Only here to investigate the dimensional door, but I don't want us to turn our backs on people we can help. Rhodes Islands accepts Limbus Company's cooperation request. I'll go too. You're still in Liberia. I can't let Liberian business be handled solely by outsiders, let alone an incident connected to the Church of the Deep. Don't worry, it's not like this is the first time we're letting someone not in our group into a dungeon of the Fathoms. We'll be fine. More sea terrors. Given the circumstances, it seems very likely sea terrors were swarming the lighthouse are coming this way as well. I'll call Scotty here. You'll be staying behind then? Amiya will go with you, Doctor. Following Mayers who already disappeared into the portal, we take our steps into the utopian world beyond. This is a full-ass dungeon, isn't it? Yeah, screw it. During the final stretch of each chapter, you'll be exploring the dungeon of branch facility of form or L-Corp. Designated entities that will enter the dungeon with you can't adjust your team once inside. Choose wisely. Okay. If that's the case, I would like to pick our Rupture team, if anything. We can use supports, right? Yes, we can. We'll pick someone. There we go. Wait. Let's pick another support. Wow, none of the family hierarchs with the ego have good I mean, with the ego have good other
이번엔
egos.
어떤 짓을 한 악인들이요?
Excuse me? Oh no, there's more reading. You know what? It might be a good idea I postpone this. I'm gonna postpone this till Sunday. We'll continue this Limbus event stream on Sunday. Otherwise, I will actually die. But yeah, that'll be it for today. I will leave you all here. Well, I'm probably not gonna raid. I'm literally just wanna die. But yes, I have an affiliate anniversary stream coming up on the 29th. This coming Monday. I'll continue this event stream on Sunday, which is in 2 days. Ah, yes. With that, I'll bid you all farewell. Thank you for coming. Thank you for keeping me company. Bye bye. Bye bye.